2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for sittings. In the PM, the time allocated for the National Assembly plenary sitting on this 3rd day of June, the year 2025. This is a broadcast that is streaming live from the National Assembly Chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. A broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you have managed to join us this afternoon for the National Assembly proceedings. At the entrance of the National Assembly chambers, as you can see on your screens, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is making his way into the chamber. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasawa wamesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, as indicated, is that the House has not quorated yet for it to be able to commence its business. This is regards to the House Standing Order number 34, paragraph 1, that provides for the right quorum at the commencement of the House. At least 50 members should be seated inside the chamber for the House to be deemed to have quorated. If that is not present, then that quorum bell will be on for the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament but yet to get to the chambers to at least hasten their steps and join their colleagues inside the chambers to allow the House raise that much needed quorum for the business to commence. However, as we can see, members have just walked in a large number, and we believe that as they join the rest, then the quorum will be achieved in no time for the House to commence. That is the Sergeant at Arms raising a white paper, as is the tradition, just to indicate to the clerk and the speaker that the quorum has been attained for the House to commence its business. So allow me to hand you over to these live proceedings. Good afternoon.
Honorable members, we now have quorum, I believe, to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, you recall last week we honored our hero novelist, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and I promised to give you time to eulogize today. So we will, after order number 11, because these are just putting questions, allow the majority leader to lead the House in the eulogy. It will be allocated 30 minutes. So immediately after order number 11, majority leader and all members who want to eulogize will give you 30 minutes to do so. Honorable members, allow me to recognize in the Speaker's row members from the Parliament of Ghana. I wish to introduce to you a delegation comprising members of Ad Hoc Committee on Pension Scheme for Members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Select Committee on Employment, Labor Relations and Pensions from the Parliament of Ghana, seated in the Speaker's row. They are 1, Honorable Joseph Appiah Boateng, Chairman, Parliamentary Select Committee, Head of Delegation. Honorable Mavis Nkasa Boadu, Member of the Select Committee. Honorable Haruna Mohammed, Member of the Committee. Honorable Dr. Abdul Kabiru Tia Mahama, Member of the Committee. Honorable Yao Frimpong Ado, Member of the Committee. They are accompanied by an assistant clerk to the committee and 2 technical officers from the National Pensions Regulatory Authority of Ghana. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on a benchmarking visit to gain insights in the nature and operations of the pension fund for members of parliament, as well as the regulatory framework governing parliamentary pensions. Honorable members, on my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. I thank you, and as they say in Ghana, Agwaba. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Thiong'o, where is your nearest seat? Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41-4, relating to messages from the Senate, I wish to report to the House that I received a message from the Senate dated 29th May 2025 regarding the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. The message conveys that on Wednesday, 28th May 2025, the Senate considered and passed the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, order with amendments. The Senate has now referred the bill back to the National Assembly for reconsideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, you will recall that on Wednesday, 9th April 2025, this House considered and passed the said bill without amendments, following which I referred the bill to the Senate for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. In this regard, the House is required to consider the Senate amendments to the bill. Honourable members, you will agree with me that the passage of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2025 is central to unlocking the consideration of other business related to the budget for the year 25-26, particularly the consideration of the Appropriation Bill 2025 and the Counter Allocation of Revenue Bill 2025. In this regard, and so as to facilitate the expedited consideration of the Senate amendments to the said bill by this House, I directed the clerk to schedule the bill in the order paper for this sitting. Indeed, as you may have noticed in today's order paper, the motion for consideration of Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, and the Committee of the Whole House on the Senate amendments have been listed as order numbers 12 and 13, respectively. Additionally, I instructed the clerk to publish the Senate amendments to the bill in the order paper. Honourable members, in view of the foregoing, I urge the House to dispense with the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill 2025 in today's sitting. I also hasten to restate that the conclusion of the said bill will pave the way for the consideration of the Counter Allocation of Revenue Bill 2025 with the prescribed timelines so as to facilitate timely disbursement of the requisite funds to our county governments. It will also enable finalization of the allocation of revenues raised nationally for the national government through the Appropriation Bill 2025, following consideration of the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the annual estimates for the year 2025-26 financial year. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. A. Annual Report of the Kenya Law Reform Commission for the financial year 2023-2024. Annual Report of Activities and Financial Statements of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the financial year 2023-2024. First half report of the County Government Budget Implementation Review for the financial year 2024-2025. D. Annual Report of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights for the financial year 2023-2024. E. Annual Report and Financial Statements of Privatization Commission for the year ended 30th June 2024. F. Quarterly Report of Economic and Budgetary Review of the National Treasury and Economic Planning third quarter of the financial year 2024-2025. G. The 2025 Economic Survey Report from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. H. Reports of the Auditor General Financial Statements for the years ended 30th June 2023 and 30th June 2024, and certificates therein in respect of the following: Aldai Technical Training Institute, Kipsoen Technical and Vocational College, Masai Technical Training Institute, Masinga Technical and Vocational College. 5. Mochongoi Technical and Vocational College. 6. Molo Technical and Vocational College. 7. Ngong Technical and Vocational College. 8. Nu Technical and Vocational College. 9. Tarbaj Technical and Vocational College. And lastly, 10. Wajir East Technical and Vocational College. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee. That will be stayed. The report has not been presented to the Speaker for approval yet. Chairman, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Morugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 3rd June 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the report on approval hearings of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Murugara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 3rd June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution, approves the appointment of Mr. Erastus Edung Ethekon as the chairperson and Ms. Anne Jerry Nderito, Mr. Moses Alutalala Muhwana, Ms. Karen Sorobet, Mary Karen Sorobet, Mr. Hassan Nur Hassan, Mr. Francis Ofiambo Aduol, and Ms. Fahima Arafat Abdallah as members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Chebonei Girls High School from Bomet Central, Bomet. In the public gallery, Oshol Academy from Nyali, Mombasa, Kigumo Bendera from Kigumo, Muranga, Sirwa Aulo Junior School from Kilgoris, Narok, Thua Secondary School from Kitui East, Kitui County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, I will rearrange the order on the order paper as follows. Having done notices of motion, we'll go to orders number 8, 9, 10, and 11 to put questions. Thereafter, we'll spend 30 minutes on the eulogy and paying respect to the late Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Thereafter, we'll come back to questions and statements. There are quite a number of statements. Then at order number 12, if the House is not in agreement with the Senate on the amendments on the division of revenue, then order number 13 will not be considered, will be required to immediately constitute committees for mediation. So clerk, call out order number 8 onwards.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the President's reservations to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the President's reservations, the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the President's reservations to the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025. Question to be put.
Order, Mama Mombasa, take your seat. Stop swagging. Honorable members, I didn't know Honorable Zamzam can. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the President's memorandum, President's reservation to the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. For the nays to have it, you must have 233 members. Obviously, the voices I've heard are hardly 15, so the ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion, third report on consideration of the audited accounts of specified corporations. Question to be put.
Order, Honorable Member for Naivasha, take the nearest seat. Like keep your note the same. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the third report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th July 2024. Kenyatta National Hospital, financial year 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019. Kenya Veterinary Board, financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021. National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021. And the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, financial year 2000-2001, 2001-2002, 2002-2003, 2003-2004, 2004-2005, 2005-2006, 2006-2007, 2007-2008, 2008-2009, 2009-2010, 2010-2011, 2011-2012, and 2012-2013. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 7 of 2024 on the National Sanitation Management Policy. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 11, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on its consideration of sessional paper number 7 of 2024 on the National Sanitation Management Policy laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th April 2025, and approved sessional paper number 7 of 2024 on the National Sanitation Management Policy, subject to the revisions as contained in the schedule to the report. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I think we can also dispose of order number 12. Clerk.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025.
Is the chairman budget in the House? Leader of majority will. Majority.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025 be now considered. Honourable Speaker, just brief to members that this Division of Revenue Bill, as approved by the House, had about 405 billion shillings. But the other House has since amended that and proposed that we increase that to about 465 billion. That is 60 billion shillings above what is agreed. And bearing in mind the fiscal space that we have, Honourable Speaker, it may not be practical to increase by 60 billion shillings. I hear the member for Bumula saying we should be reducing, not increasing. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, having considered that, we thought it's only fair that we reject these amendments by the Senate to allow us to go into early mediation, and therefore beg to move the House to reject in totality this proposal by the Senate. And I therefore beg to move and request the Honourable Wamboka to second.
Honourable Speaker, we want to reject in total.
Start by saying I beg to second.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second. Bearing in mind the space the country is operating in, the fiscal space, it is only abnormal for anyone to think we should be increasing these monies upwards. So in that, on this thing, Honourable Speaker, I beg to reject as I second Honourable Ichung'wa. We reject it and put the question, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025 be now considered. I put the question. Honourable members, I now put the question at order number 12, which is that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025 be now considered. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Honourable members, that vote invalidates the presence of order number 13 on the order paper. So order number 13 is now struck out from the order paper. Honourable members, now it's time I'll give the House 30 minutes or so to pay tribute to one of the greatest sons of this country in the literary world, the late Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whose books yours truly here has read each and every one of them. And I hope each one of you has done the same. Except those written in Kikuyu language. I've read all those written in English. I now invite the majority leader to lead the House, and I suggest members that we give the majority leader 5 minutes and the rest who will speak 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to pay tribute, as you say, to one of the greatest sons of our nation, and also a great son of my county, Kiambu, and notably also an old boy of the school. And when I speak about the school, it's a school that he attended in the year 1955 to about 1959 before he joined Makerere University. and Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Tiende Amolo, also understands the school I'm speaking about is not Miranda High School. It is the Alliance High School. And Honorable Speaker, I was saying before he went to Makerere University, where he started his writing career and did exemplary well, writing his first 2 novels in English. The first novel, Honorable Speaker, being The Weep Not Child, that he published in the year 1964. Honorable Speaker, also notable, this around the time that we were becoming a republic. And he had graduated from university in 1963 when this country was gaining independence. And also, Honorable Speaker, it's notable to note that the Honorable Ngugi Thiong'o says in his writings and recalls how his village in Limuru in Kameredo, where he was born, was raised down by the colonial masters. And probably this is what provoked him when he went to Alliance High School. And after his first semester or his first term in school, he went back home and found the entire village raised down to the ground. And I was saying probably this is what provoked him to even later in life, around 1967 to 1970, to drop the name James Ngugi and adopt his names as we know them today as Ngugi or Thiong'o. Honorable Speaker, as we pay tribute to this great man, a writer who has not only taught literature and English language in many universities here in Africa, beginning with his alma mater, Makerere University, and also came back home to teach at the University of Nairobi before he was imprisoned. He's also taught great universities, Ivy League universities like Yale University, Honorable Speaker, in the US, where he has taught. Northwestern University also, he has been a guest lecturer there. And he has therefore contributed immensely, not just to the growth of literature, but also to the growth of African languages, Honorable Speaker. But this is not to say, Honorable Speaker, and I heard you say you have read all his novels, except those like Gahi Kadeda, I Marry When I Want, that he wrote in Kikuyu, or Shaitani Modhara Vaine, which says it's Devil on the Cross. But I think the Devil on the Cross was later translated into English. And therefore, you may have had the opportunity to read these novels, Honorable Speaker. But I'm saying this because Ngugi Thiong'o dropped his English name, adopted his Kikuyu names, dropped the name James for Ngugi Thiong'o, and also began to write in the Gikuyu language. Not because he was a tribalist, Honorable Speaker, because Ngugi Thiong'o was such a nationalist that when he was imprisoned here for a year, sent into detention by the past regimes, Honorable Speaker, in the 70s, he was imprisoned with many other political prisoners who were not necessarily of the Kikuyu descent. And he lived on to fight for justice, equality in the country of Kenya, irrespective of where you came from, Honorable Speaker. And the fact that he has not only taught students from across the world, from different backgrounds, Honorable Speaker, but even his associations, Honorable Speaker, in the literary world, speaks volumes of the man that Ngugi Thiong'o was, that he was never at any point in time in his life. He valued his ancestry, he valued his background as a Kikuyu from Limuru, but he never allowed that to be anything to use to lord over others, Honorable Speaker, or even to believe that there was one community that was greater than the other, Honorable Speaker. And he used the African languages, Honorable Speaker, and he has motivated and encouraged very many other African writers to write in their mother tongue, Honorable Speaker. And this is something that we pay great tribute to for him, not just his contributions in the academia, Honorable Speaker, but also as a political thinker and shaping the thinking of many African children, African students, and many other indigenous communities around the world, as he taught in many universities around the world, Honorable Speaker. I therefore pay tribute to this great son of Kenya, an old boy of my school, the Alliance High School, and also a great son of the county of Kiambu and my neighboring constituency, Limuru, Honorable Speaker. And how I wish, Honorable Speaker, that Kameredo, because the Member of Parliament for Limuru is here, they would consider the cultural theater that was at Kameredo being further developed into a cultural center for Kiambu County, for our country.
Time up. Otiende Amolo. Honorable members, the screen is full. I found it full, so it can't have been for this. So those who will speak, I'll just request a show of hands. When every time one member finishes, then you do so. Otienda Amolot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to eulogize the late Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o demonstrates defiance, first in terms of name. He had the courage to drop what was called his Christian name. Secondly, the idea of writing in vernacular, which at the time many people frowned upon. Mr. Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o shaped the literal thinking of virtually every other person living right now, including those who are older than him, but definitely those who are younger than him. And many of us have become what we are because we started reading Ngugi wa Thiong'o from primary school. Ngugi, unfortunately, remains one of those whose intellect may not have been, shared in his later life because of political intolerance. And there's a long list of his contemporaries who had to flee the country at the time, including the late Professor Ali Mazrui, including those who are living even now, like Professor Shadrach Guto in South Africa, and many others. I think in his life is a lesson that we must have some level of political tolerance, even of those with whom we do not agree. Because a lot of times, we then have them benefit others. These are giants who ended up benefit others in other countries. Mr. Speaker, even though Ngugi wa Thiong'o may not have won the Nobel Peace Prize, Ngugi wa Thiong'o remains a towering giant in East Africa, in Africa, and in the world, like no other. Mr. Speaker, I think that what we should do is to name something serious in this country in honor of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, not just to name everything after politicians. This is somebody who deserves to be remembered.
Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also take this time to eulogize Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who was a great writer who influenced many of the readers of the time and the children. And as young people would compete on how many books of Ngugi and other writers you would have read during that particular time. But I think what I find quite strong about Ngugi was that he had to compete with very good writers from West Africa, because in that particular time of the 80s and 70s, the West African writers were doing very well, the likes of Chinua Achebe, the likes of Lechi Amadi with The Concubine, and Aldo and others. But Ngugi came out very strongly from the East African region to also compete very competitively with the West African writers, and he was a celebrity for the East African people. And therefore, I think this was one of the greatest. But one other thing I find very strong about him was the fact that he wrote about class struggles at a time when nobody wanted to tolerate the politics of class struggle, which remains with us today. And partly that's why he was imprisoned and then fled the country to go out.
That is in the Petals of Blood.
Petals of Blood. Thank you. You are a master. Thank you. In the Petals of Blood, he tries to bring out that very confidently. And I think we should have more tolerance in our times to literal word and those who are writing. So when I see a place like the Shackles of Blood get trouble, I just blame those who are invading the space of academics who and are not teachers. If we allow teachers to do these things without much of the competition and blocking, would really improve our literal world. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to eulogize our son, the son of the world, a linguist, a creative, and a gift to this country. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go direct to the family that the Honorable Ngugi wa Thiong'o has left for us. I could not move my eyes from the screen, Honorable Speaker, watching the children of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. He has left us children who are grounded, children that he must have taught and given the right way to follow. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a lesson that we need to pick as a house, that we need to know that no matter how busy we are, no matter how many parts of the world we go to, at the end of the day, it's family. Honorable Speaker, about patriotism, Honorable Speaker, He traveled to so many parts of the world, and he was not happy with the situation at home at times. But he remained patriotic to our country, making sure that he wrote books that showed love for this country. Honorable Speaker, I would like to also point out that we have so much to learn from him. And I would like to thank you very much for your communication or the statement you made on that day, that we did not see his face in all our dailies, Honorable Speaker. And we need to urge our media houses to be more patriotic and to love Kenyans like the late Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Honorable Speaker, I would like also to ask the House that the children that Ngugi wa Thiong'o has left for us has shown us that we need to rethink, Mr. Speaker, about family planning, Honorable Speaker. We needed human power together with the land we have. And this is a debate that I think we must have one day to think of whether we should have been encouraged by our colonialists to have only 2 children.
Thank you, Morugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also join the rest of the House and Kenyans in eulogizing one great man of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I commend you that on the day after he passed on, you actually took time to inform the media that instead of writing headlines of non-issues, we should have had a headline with the late Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o as the one to be remembered. Actually, the following day it happened, and that was extremely good because Kenyans were able to recollect the lives and times of the late Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. It's always important to remember when he left the school, the Alliance High School, went to Makerere University for his studies that time, where he met the late Mwai Kibaki, who was supposed to be his lecturer. But instead, Kibaki advised him to do literature or Bachelor of Arts in English, as it was called that time, because he was not very good in economics. But he was extremely good in literature, in writing the written word, and he had the power of the gab. What we encourage our learners today, and especially those who are in school, it's not just to read the works of the late Ngugi wa Thiong'o, but to take a cue from him. Take time to learn writing skills so that after Ngugi wa Thiong'o, we are able to produce many more Ngugi wa Thiong'os who will tower Africa in the likes of Chinua Achebe and the rest in writing. Therefore, today, we eulogize a great man of the Republic of Kenya, the late Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Mele Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Suba North, we bring our message of condolences to the family of Ngugi wa Thiong'o and even to Kenya as a whole, because this is a loss to Kenya as a country. Mr. Speaker, when I was a young girl, I used to work at my uncle's bookshop. And even though I was very young, I would still struggle to read the difficult English. So just like you, I think I probably read all of them, even though I didn't understand many of them. But Mr. Speaker, one of the things that stood out for me is that I want to comment about is the River Between. And Mr. Speaker, you look at the River Between, you look at the influence of the British colonization through the eyes of Muthoni. Mr. Speaker, I want to specifically single out the way he dealt with the issue of feminism. Majority of the characters in that book are women that he exalts, and he shows them as fighting tyranny and exploitation. Mr. Speaker, he sees women as victims of African society and patriarchal system. And to liberate themselves, they endeavored to shatter the patriarchal obstacles and bring about change. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that he was way ahead of time. There are some of the issues that we are now talking about, and we are giving name to, for instance, intersectionality. But he already dealt with issues that converge and bring women down, like the intersectionality of gender, race, and even ethnicity. And so, with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me this
Member
opportunity.
for Limuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to eulogize one of our own, Professor Ngugi Thiong'o. As I stand, Honorable Speaker, I speak of a man who I knew for the longest time in my life. I witnessed him writing the books, some of them that people have mentioned, but I have also witnessed a journey for him when he was being persecuted. I was there delivering a book written by Steve Biko to him in detention. I was at the University of Nairobi when we were told to remove all his books after detention, and I saw him off the first time he led out of this country. But Honorable Speaker, this is one person who was very good for the rest of the world, but it looks like there was a plan to make sure that Ngugi will never have a peace in his own country. We know that he was denied to teach at the University of Nairobi. He was not allowed to go back to Kameredo to continue with his theater works. And above all, the system that didn't want him to be in Nairobi, didn't want him to be in Kenya, continued to persecute even the family to a point where Ngugi had to part a lot with the rest of the family. And as we now said, say goodbye to him, Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that the children of Ngugi will have peace, can come back to this country and contribute. And for all of us to make sure that Ngugi will not be forgotten for what he did to this country. May his soul.
Julia Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to join everybody else in eulogizing Professor Ngugi Thiong'o. He was definitely a literary giant in the 70s. And that is why a UK newspaper said about him when he was about 33 years, that he is accepted as one of Africa's outstanding contemporary writers. His best books, Mr. Speaker, were the books that he wrote under the name of James Ngugi. The book of The River Between, A Grain of Wheat, and Weep Not Child. That is actually why the 70s would remember Ngugi. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, something happened to Ngugi later on. When the world was embracing him, he seems to have retreated from the world. First, he retreated from Christianity. He changed his name, James. He returned his baptismal card and retreated away from Christianity. Then, Mr. Speaker, he retreated from the English language, the one that had made him a giant, and started writing in Kikuyu and having characters only within the Kikuyu language and Kikuyu culture. That actually is perhaps one of the reasons why the people who went to school after the 70s do not remember Ngugi as much as you and I do. Mr. Speaker, he withdrew, of course, when he was detained by Jomo Kenyatta, he must have suffered a lot. President Moi released him as soon as he became president, and he immigrated into the West. But this does not take away from the fact that, Mr. Speaker, at one time, Ngugi was a prolific writer, an artist, a novelist we shall always remember, and we shall place his name in the records of history. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Bayer.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and wish to eulogize Ngugi Thiong'o. You know, Honorable Speaker, I'm a student of literature and having taught literature at different levels. But Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the late Ngugi Thiong'o will remember him for the African Writers Series as a pioneer of that book, that level of books, where many Africans got an opportunity not just to write, but to write and publish, where the African Writers series was published then as one of the biggest publishing houses, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, secondly, I remember Ngugi wa Thiong'o for his book, Decolonizing the Mind, one of the greatest works of literature that he ever wrote. It is a series of papers that he put together, Honorable Speaker, and it is in Decolonizing the Mind, Honorable Speaker, that we find Ngugi in his true sense. Honorable Speaker, one of his great books that people never talk about is The Devil on the Cross. The Devil on the Cross was one of Ngugi's greatest book. Actually, it is The Devil on the Cross that runs crosshairs with Daniel Arap Moi then when he was president, Honorable Speaker. Although Devil on the Cross is one of the greatest satires that Ngugi wa Thiong'o has ever written. A book that when you read, you get the revolutionary spirit in the writer. You get Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the person who fights for justice, who fights for land rights, a writer who stood up for the common mwananchi in this country. Ngugi wa Thiong'o will go down in history as one of the liberators of Africa, and that is why he could not agree with many presidents, and that's why he could not find space in Africa and chose to live in the United States. Honorable Speaker, we have lost a great man, a literary giant, somebody that was respected not just in the continent of Africa, but in Europe and above and beyond, Honorable Speaker. I thank you, and may God...
The Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to a very distinguished son of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as had been said before, Ngugi wa Thiong'o was initially called James Thiong'o, and he decided to change his name and drop the English name so that he pays tribute to being an African. But Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I remember about Ngugi wa Thiong'o was a famous quote from one of his books that he used to say, to speak one's language is to celebrate one's identity. And he also said, but to impose a language is a way to divide people, and it is a practice of tribalism of another kind. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the Ngugi wa Thiong'o was one of the very famous Kenyans who really spoke against tribalism. But the other thing, Honorable Speaker, that we also celebrate Ngugi wa Thiong'o for is in terms of receiving honors, he is one of the most decorated writers in Africa. He received a total of 38 documented awards, one of them being the UNESCO Award for Weep Not Child. But also between the year 2006 and 2007, through one of his books, The Wizard of Oz, Ngugi wa Thiong'o received a total of 6 international awards. That was really something that was exceptional. And Honorable Speaker, the same way that we normally say that we are going to benchmark with other people on the good practices and the good things that we do in Kenya, Ngugi wa Thiong'o is one of those people that we also really know that the rest of the world would want to also emulate and be like him. And I just want to tell especially the people who are here and the people who are listening to us who love soccer, that a team like Arsenal should now emulate Ngugi wa Thiong'o in terms of doing
The Honorable Member for Seme, Honorable Nyikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I take this opportunity to also eulogize the passing on of our great writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o. His life, Madam Speaker, epitomizes the philosophical basis of life, the idealism that is associated with scholarship, the ability to actually strive and go against all odds to fight for ideal. Madam Speaker, this is what really distinguishes human beings from animals. Animals don't fight for ideals, but human beings fight for ideals, and sometimes they suffer like he suffered. They have to make sometimes very grave decisions at great risk to their lives because there is something they stand for, something they believe will make a difference in the life of the people and in the society. And this he took his ability in literally in writing to actually express this, agreed to fight with the system that be, to express what he wanted. So really, these really are the people who show to us the roles of universities. Universities are actually to be populated by people who seek ideals, not just the practicalities of life that take time for most of us. So losing a person like him is a great loss to this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
The Honourable Member for Marsabit, Honourable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important debate that is going on as we eulogize the great man of this land, someone maybe many of us may not have met physically, but we have interacted with his books and known him. I remember when we were in high school, one of his books, The River Between, was like a must for all of us to read. We interacted with him through his writings. He has inspired many of us, and I want to send my condolences to him, to his family members, to relatives, and all his loved ones on my own behalf and on behalf of the great people of Marsabit, because I know many scholars from our place, many professionals have also gone through his books just as I did. Honorable Speaker, it is not just enough for us to eulogize a great man like him, somebody who has always represented us in a good way, somebody who is internationally celebrated. We should also see how best we can extend our blessings to his family and also see as a nation how he can be celebrated, maybe as the relatives prepare for his burial. Honorable Speaker, we have great men and women who have served this country in different capacity and represented us. And it will only be good for us to appreciate them and also recognize them as heroes. I believe he's one of our heroes and he should be recognized in that capacity even though he has left us. May his soul rest in peace and may God comfort his family. Thank you.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of the following school. Seated in the Speaker's Gallery is Moon Kopir Girls Secondary School from Kajiado East Constituency, Kajiado County. And also seated in the public gallery is St. Mary's Nyabururu School from Kitutu Chache South Constituency, Kisii County. And I'll ask Honorable Donya Doris to welcome the schools on our behalf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my school. I schooled there in class 2 and class 3, St. Mary's Nyabururu, but I can't say the year because you might suspect how old I am. Madam Speaker, as parents and of course members of parliament, we must have nice things to tell our girls. It's only that, oh, you girls, you should be smiling because I schooled in your school. Work hard, it has been the norm. Be humble, be kind, polite as your mama county. I've never even slaughtered a chicken, Madam Speaker. Education is what no one will ever take away from you. They can take your land, they take everything. Our children, I can also pass over the message to our girls, but something that no one will ever take away from you is your education. Value your education, respect your teachers, and you have to be good girls, not a bad girl like Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Very, 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 because she has confirmed that. She has told me, Donya, tell them they must be good girls like you, Honorable Donya, and not bad girls like Honorable Millie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Tigania West, Honorable John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to join my colleagues in eulogizing the family of late Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Honorable Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o emerged as a self-made man, an African who has really found a space in this world. He satirized the political and the social intolerance that used to be there at that particular point in time. Honorable Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o is among the very few who have taken Africa where it should be, who have left a mark in terms of writing. And the challenge is all of us, Honorable Speaker, to do something about what we do. There are very many things that we do, but we rarely document. And not just documenting, we also rarely challenge our young people to be able to think about their surroundings, think about the situations that they are in at one given time, and see how they can develop out of such situations. Honorable Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o died in exile after he ran away as a result of having been followed or being reprimanded by the then regimes that used to be there. This is one person we should celebrate as a country because he has put East Africa on the map. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Honorable Speaker, is not only a naturalist, he's a nationalist, he's an internationalist because his books are read across the world. The time we were in school, we used to read his books, and he used to influence us as young thinkers and young planners in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o will be remembered by many generations to come. And having interacted with them, it is high time we also got challenged by what he did. I pass my condolences to the family. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Elders, Honorable Kainan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o was an academic giant, a philosopher, a thinker who has encouraged Pan-Africanism, who has fought colonialism, who has also tried to reduce the influence of new colonial ideas. And Mr. Speaker, we as Africans, and in particular in the academic world, there are people who are called, academicians who are called social fools. But Ngugi wa Thiong'o was a true academician, a person who professed, who believed in the academic world, combined literature with culture. Madam Speaker, combined literature with the inherent and rich African culture, Madam Speaker, and truly will always be remembered as a person who has not only promoted the African literature, the African culture, Pan-Africanism, but also promoted the presence of the African people, the African continent, Madam Speaker, in the global world. Madam Speaker, he will always be remembered as a person truly who has believed in democracy, who has believed in the ideals of the Kenyan people, Madam Speaker. And I know for many who have truly believed in his literature, he has left a legacy. That legacy will be found in his many books. That legacy will be found in his many lectures. That legacy will be found in many interactions that he has had. And therefore, truly will remember you. And may God, wherever you are, rest your soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to eulogize Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who was a great African literary writer. In his works, Madam Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o showed how one can communicate language, culture, and traditionalism through the writings of African art of works. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, through his book, The Hermit, actually showed how African traditional way of life could meet with modernity. And this was a way where they were now able to explain the issues of colonialism, the issues of racism, and how the Europeans came over and colonized the Africans through his book, Decolonizing the Mind. One of the things that Ngugi wa Thiong'o actually taught, and I think this should be actually emphasized more even up to today, is that we need to have a lot of respect for cultures, our traditions, and our language. Today, if you go to the United Nations, the media of communications is actually English, Arabic, French, and other languages. African languages across have not actually been recognized. And I want to say this, that it is important as Africa to know that our languages, our traditions, and even the ways in which we do our work should actually be ingrained even in our school setup. And thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I apologize and say we have lost a great literary giant. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bondo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we valued exactly what Professor was, or what he has been since his works, if we value that and we relate it to the kind of exports that we've done as a country, I want to believe that the value of Ngugi's works and what Ngugi has made in terms of people are basically incomparable. We've contributed immensely. He contributed immensely to the world. He contributed immensely to the rest of, when you look at the amount of works Ngugi was able to do in 1 decade, if you want to know how a greater person is, look at that versus what we are having now in a situation where virtually nobody is doing the kind of things that Ngugi was able to do in the 70s and in the beginning of the 80s. So, Madam Speaker, Ngugi has created people. Ngugi has made people to be what they are. And this is the time that we, as a country, we really need to recognize that, no, people are mortal, but what needs to remain is the works. So to us, Ngugi's works remain as eternal, and we are going to be indebted to Ngugi for a much more longer period of time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Dagoretti, Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Ngugi wa Thiong'o was a patriot, and it is for that reason that I, on behalf of my family, the people of Dagoretti South constituency, and even the thespians, artists, and performers of this country, I pass my condolences to the family of this great Kenyan. Madam Speaker, two great artists, Tony Njogona and Walter Mung'are, can bear me witness that we as very young artists were truly inspired by the works of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, being a thespian and a critic, taught us that there's a very big difference between insults and satire. That even with his very hard-hitting literature, and even with his very stinging critique, he never once bowed down to the temptation of being an insulter, or being toxic, or even being offensive. He knew that there was great power in satire that is not insulting. Madam Speaker, today, in the era of content creation, there is much to learn from the generation of creators and authors like Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Those who are creating content today must learn that intellect has way more power than the toxicity and malice that is being trended left, right, and center. Finally, Madam Speaker, the two causes that Ngugi wa Thiong'o was championing, one on decolonization and the other on the promotion of culture, it will be a great honor for us to honor Ngugi, because we did not honor him enough in his life, to honor him by preserving the great works that he has done using the new technology that allows us to feed in our languages to speak to the new revolution that is the fourth industrial.
Give him a minute to just finish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There is a great opportunity for us with the new and emerging technologies to onboard all this knowledge that is cultural, traditional, and has great African heritage onto the new industrial revolution, and especially in AI, where we must ask ourselves, what language will these technologies be speaking? And if they are not speaking our language, then we shall be doing the likes of Ngugi wa Thiong'o a great disfavor. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like for us to honor this great Kenyan by making sure that we do not treat his memory the way we treated him in his life. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and we honor a great Kenyan.
Just wait. Hello, the Honorable Member for Westlands, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance also to eulogize Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Madam Speaker, I must also confess I've read his books, and reading his books, you could just start even imagining yourself in a situation, because you read the book, it carries you along. And Madam Speaker, is one of the greatest brains that we have ever produced. And this country has lost big, and many, those younger generation that have not experienced the power of literally, Madam Speaker, they should look at these books. When we were in school, we used to read books about African writers series. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o was one of them, Chinua Achebe, and many Elijah Amadi, and many others, Madam Speaker. And you could read all those books, and they were readily available. We started reading books written by foreigners later in life, but at that time, Madam Speaker, we could read the African writers series. I don't know if they still exist, but that was the best thing, Madam Speaker. Ngugi wa Thiong'o was very creative, and Madam Speaker, he lived his life. He was there, and he has shown Kenyans that it is good to preserve our culture. It's good to preserve our languages. Some of our languages now are being diluted. They're even dying. Some of us are afraid to speak to our children in our own language. Madam Speaker, we must preserve our African heritage and our languages and culture all the time, learning from Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, the Honorable Member for Tetu. And
thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to eulogize Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Madam Speaker, let me say from the onset, I knew Ngugi, and I had an opportunity to talk to him just about 5 or 6 weeks ago. And his rallying call all the time, as he spoke to me as a young leader, he told me to always remember to advocate for the small farmers and the workers. Ngugi wa Thiong'o was someone who strongly believed in social justice for the small person. And if we look at his life, we can actually see that his brilliance and monumental contributions to literature and thought are celebrated worldwide. Madam Speaker, I have a petition still doing rounds as usual in the House to request this country to bestow the highest honor to Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And Madam Speaker, it's sad that this man, despite having worked so hard, despite having given such a great contribution to knowledge, lived about 22 years of his life in exile, away from his home country. And it is only fair that Parliament initiates an honor for him or recommends that he be honored, and that we also look for a national institution that can at least carry his name, and also preferably one road in this country can be named Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o Road. And also the University of Nairobi, where he taught for very many years, would also propose that it can also give him at least one more honor in his honor. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to eulogize a professor and say that this is a man who deserves a little more than he has received.
the Honorable Member Mbaka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
We are way past our time.
Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity to eulogize Professor Ngugi. Professor was my lecturer at Nairobi University. I took literature, and him and Okotbi Tech, Michere Mugo, were our lecturers who we really, really admired because of the depth of knowledge, their artistic world, and the way they mirrored the world through their works. Professor Ngugi was a politician,
much as he was a great writer, his works shows you how a politician he was. He talked about poor governance. He wanted to promote the rights of human beings. And he also challenged the coming of the white man. In his River Between, there's a statement where a character is saying, there shall come a people with clothes like butterflies. Those are the white people who came to colonize us. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o talked a lot about the effect of colonialism on the African culture, how our culture was changing because the Europeans came and took away our culture. He loved to call us by our own African names. And he kept on calling me Achieng every time. He told me, drop the name Christine. You must be called Achieng. That is how I remember him. I became a teacher and I taught The River Between, which was a very inspiring novel, and many students love it and passed their exams very, very well because it was easy to read. It was very, very inspiring. It was teaching us a lot about the coming of the white man and the clash between the two cultures. He will be remembered for so many of these texts that were introduced.
Right, honorable members, I think we are even exceeded our time by 15 minutes. I'll now let us move back to the order paper. And we had gone up to order number 13, but had not gone to statements. We had skipped order number 7, statements. So I think we can now go back. Read the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Is that the one that is was requested to the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock? Yes. I thought I saw Honorable Mutunga. He's not here. Okay. Yes, the Honorable Dr. Edwin Mugo, member for Maithioya, was the one who was requesting. I thought it was a response. Okay. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, on implementation of Guarantee Minimum Returns, GMR, to support coffee, tea, milk, and macadamia farmers. Honorable Speaker, whereas agriculture remains the backbone of Kenya's economy and a key driver of employment and exports, its sustainability and the well-being of farmers are increasingly being threatened by high input costs, climate risks, and global economic uncertainties. The rising costs of essential farm inputs, including seeds, herbicides, pesticides, fertilizer, animal feeds, fuel, labor, and farm machinery, have significantly increased the financial burden on farmers. Further, adverse climate change on rain-fed agriculture, volatility in international commodity markets due to global conflicts, including the Russia-Ukraine war and supply chain disruptions, have also impacted on the returns for farmers. Honorable Speaker, on 5th August 2023, the government committed to implement a Guarantee Minimum Returns GMR program aimed at providing direct financial support to farmers and stabilize their incomes amid market fluctuations. A key pillar of the bottom economic transformation agenda, BETTER, the GMR prioritizes production, subsidies, and direct support to farmers over consumption subsidies, cautioning farmers from unpredictable market fluctuations and complementing the existing market pricing mechanisms, enabling more stable and predictable incomes. Full implementation of the GMR program is expected to protect farmers' incomes and prevent artificial price distortions, enhance food security, boost rural incomes, and drive economic development in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. Measures being taken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock to ensure that farmers are cautioned from climate-related losses, price fluctuations, volatility in the international market and trade environment. Interstate conflicts such as the Russia-Ukraine war, supply chain disruptions, and the recent trade tariffs imposed by the United States. 2, efforts being made by the ministry to introduce a price support mechanism for coffee, tea, milk, and macadamia farmers to boost their incomes and ensure sustainable livelihoods. 3, action being taken by the ministry to ensure equality in the distribution of subsidized fertilizer and ensure that the distribution is informed by the region's soil quality and topography types in different regions of the country. And finally, 4, report on status of implementation of the Guarantee Minimum Returns Program on the GMR Guarantee Minimum Returns Program. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, the chairperson for Agriculture and Livestock, when will you give a response? Any member of the committee here? Okay, Majority Leader, Deputy Majority Leader. Can give an undertaking on behalf of the Agriculture Committee.
I thought I saw Honorable Mutunga here.
Yes, he was here, but
all right,
he seems to
probably
have stepped
we
out.
could do 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker, on the same. I'll let them know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next statement by the Honorable Mary Maingi, member from where?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding the status of rice importation into this country. Honorable Speaker, on 26th of May this year, it was reported that rice farmers in Mwea constituency, Kirinyaga County, are likely to suffer a loss of more than $500 million shillings if the government fails to intervene and purchase 5,000 metric tons of grain from their stores, despite being full of grain sufficient for the country's consumption. It was reported that the situation has been occasioned by the government's action of importing rice, which has flooded the markets to the disadvantage of the local farmers. Honorable Speaker, a study conducted by the Sustainable Trade Initiative on Mwea rice growers' multipurpose in 2020 reported that about 80% of rice grown in Kenya is from irrigation schemes established by the government, among them being the Mwea irrigation scheme, which accounted for more than 70% of the produce. Failure by the government to purchase, Mwea irrigation scheme, which accounted for more than 70% of the produce. Failure by the government to purchase rice from the local farmers is likely to occasion a delay in planting for the next season, which is likely to delay or affect rice production in the next period. This is against the government's agenda of reducing over-reliance on the importation of products and encouraging local production. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1, the total quantity of rice that the government has imported in the last financial year. 2, why the government is reluctant to buy rice from the local farmers and has chosen to import the commodity despite having sufficient locally produced rice. 3, the total annual production of rice in the last financial year compared to the local annual consumption projections. 4, measures being taken by the government to ensure that a larger percentage of rice produced locally is purchased by the government to reduce over-reliance on imported rice. And 5, the steps being taken to cushion farmers, to cushion rice farmers in the country from likely unfair market competition that could arise from oversaturation of the market by imported rice. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Again, that's also for the chairperson, Agriculture and Livestock. He's still not here. So, Deputy Majority Leader.
I'll inform them, Honorable Speaker, we bring a statement in the next 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker. Much obliged.
Thank you. I think the next statement is by the Honorable Mishi Mboko, member for Likoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Department Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of upgrade of the Likoni Ferry Channel. Honorable Speaker, more than 300,000 people use the Likoni Channel on a daily basis, which links Mombasa Island to Kwale County in the South Coast. In 2020, the government commenced construction of the Mtongwe ramp with a view of decongesting the Likoni Channel. Sadly, the construction is yet to be completed, worsening the congestion at the Likoni Channel. In addition, the ferries in the Likoni Channel keep developing mechanical failures. For instance, on 25th April 2025, a ferry developed mechanical failure and stalled while on transit, causing fear amongst the passengers. On 17th April 2025, the Kenya Ferry Services only had 2 ferries in operation following a breakdown of 2 other ferries. This caused congestion in the area and adversely affected the residents. The incidents raised concern on the suitability of the vessel and the need for urgent attention to ensure the safety and security of the resident and prevent such occurrences in the future. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, measures put in place by the government to ensure safety and efficiency of ferry services, including an update on the status of maintenance and procurement plans for new ferries and upgrade of the existing vessels. 2, status of the construction of Mtongwe ramp in Likoni constituency. And 3, long-term strategies being put in place to provide sustainable and reliable maritime transport solution for residents of Mombasa County and businesses dependent on ferry services. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson for the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, not present. What about any member of the committee who can give an undertaking on behalf of the committee? All right, again, that's left to you, Deputy Majority Leader.
All right, Speaker, I will inform GK, the MP Fundia, the chairperson, so that he can bring a response in 2 weeks. So thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, before we go to your statement, Honorable Mboko, allow me to recognize the presence of Limek Namuntak Girls School from Narok West Constituency, Narok County. And also seated in the public gallery is Chebwotuyet Secondary School from Chebalungu constituency, Bomet County. Now I'll call upon the Honorable Member Mandazi, member for Chebalungu, to welcome the students on our behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to welcome all the schools that have come to visit Parliament today, and especially the school that is from my constituency, that is Chebwotuyet Secondary School. I want to confirm that the students from Chebwotuyet Secondary School Madam Speaker, are very disciplined and hardworking students. I welcome them here in Parliament so that they can witness what we normally come and do, that is legislate and to represent the issues from various constituencies within our country. This is the place to be, this is the place that you should work hard and desire to be in the future. I wish you well, and equally, Madam Speaker, allow me to wish all of them that are going to sit for their exams at the end of the year success in their exams. Thank you so much, Speaker, and they feel welcome to the presence of Parliament. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Omboko, your statement, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the tragic fire tragedy in Makina area, Kibera, in Nairobi City, County. Honorable Speaker, on the night of 24th May 2025, a devastating fire tragedy occurred in Makina area, Kibera, in Nairobi City, County. The deadly fire swept through the informal settlement, destroying property, rendering several people homeless and claiming lives of 8 people, 7 of whom hail from the Muhaya constituency in Vihiga County. Among the deceased, Honorable Speaker, were 5 members of the same family from a Sirulo village, being a Mr. Ernest Ambani, 36 years, his wife Flora Ambani, 33 years, and their children Gertrude Amisi, 9 years, Silas Omboko, my namesake, 3 years, and Stephen Mukuna, 2 years. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, a Mr. Harrison Liaha, 24 years old, perished in the Inferno together with his pregnant sister, 18 years. A Miss Yvonne Okwoku also perished, and let me take that again. Miss Yvonne Okwoku, also Miss Charity Eboso, wife to Mr. Harrison Liaha, who perished in the tragedy, is currently hospitalized in a critical conditions, along with their one child who was miraculously saved from the inferno. Honorable Speaker, the cause of the devastating Makina fire tragedy remains unknown to date. Adding to previous fire tragedies that have occurred in informal settlements, particularly in Nairobi, distressfully, fires in the informal settlements have become alarmingly frequent, often exposing the fragility of our urban disaster preparedness and response, calling for elaborate interventions. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security to appraise the House on the following. Number 1, a comprehensive report on the cause of the fire incident in Makina area, Kibera, including the details of the affected people and the findings on the systematic failures of the recurrent fire tragedies in the informal settlements. Number 2, the support, if any, extended to the ministry to the survivors of the tragedy, including provisions of shelter, food, clothing, emergency treatment, and trauma counseling, including sending off of their beloved ones. Number 3, the steps being taken by the ministry to expedite the release of DNA results for the victims of the fire tragedy so as to spare the families of the deceased from prolonged emotional distress and enable them lay the deceased kins to rest. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the measures that the ministry intends to put in place to prevent similar tragedies in the informal settlements in future, particularly in terms of safety, community awareness, disaster response, and urban planning. Honorable Speaker, the families have been living here for the last more than 3 weeks, Honorable Speaker. The government chemists do indicate that they need 30 days to give the DNA test, meaning they'll have to stay here for a whole 1 month before they rest their beloved ones to rest. And it's upon that that I really wish that we treat this as an urgent matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think I'll exercise my discretion and give a chance to the member for Kibra to buttress that statement, since it's your constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to agree with my colleague, Honorable Milemba. The fire actually occurred in my constituency, just as he has said, I want to agree totally to the sentiments of my colleague. It has been very, very the families affected and those who also live in informal settlement. The fires have been occurring almost every 2 weeks. But this one was one of its kind because people died beyond recognition. When you have 9 people dying beyond recognition, it is not a small matter. Now, this has been happening in this country for a long time, especially in Nairobi in informal sector. We have talked about this. We have also asked the government and the county government to give us a place where we can have a fire station. We have asked the governor to give us fire stations so that when this happens, we have instant response from a fire station. However, we had asked the government to help the victims, and I must say that the government also responded well and brought some food to the victim. But this can never help or fill the gap, emotional gap, that has been experienced by this group of people. However, the president came when he was asked to visit these victims. He went and visited the victims and gave a full support to the victims. However, we must have a lasting solution to the fire outbreaks in this informal settlement. We are asking that we need to get to the root bottom of the causes of fire every time. And the investigating agencies must do this with speed because the families concerned, like my colleague has said, have been here for a very long time. We also need to have the DNA test. It must be hastened. They must carry out DNA tests so that these families can be taken home after a very short while. Otherwise, I sympathize with the families, the affected families, and we ask that the government must take serious action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's the quick point, Deputy?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. You know, I had the Honorable Teacher, Omboko Milemba, say that they perished and they're recuperating in hospital. So how does somebody who has perished really be in hospital recovery?
Those who perished and those who...
I found that a very interesting statement. I don't know whether it's because he needs to buy specs. You know, the
Honorable Owen Baya, order. Why do you need to write on a point of order when the chair is protecting you? Okay, what's your point of order?
Thank you for protecting me. And I'm really surprised at the leader of business in this house prejudicing with casualty and casualness the death of a family member that lost 5 people, a father, mother, 3 children. Another one that lost 2 people, only 1 and a child are in hospital. And he's laughing about it. I think you should apologize for this, and to Kenyans and the people of Emuhaya,
yes,
and those families that do suffer from such a tragedy.
Honorable Mboko, I thought all that the Honorable Owenbai was saying, he needs order, he needs clarity. Order, Honorable Mboko Milemba, you are a member of the Speaker's panel, and when you're told by the Speaker order, you stay in order. The impression I had is that all that Owen was seeking, order. All that Owen was seeking is clarification on how many perished and how many are recuperating. Am I right? Yes. Is that all that you're saying? And Honorable Mboko has already has given those figures. Yes, Honorable Olwoch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to ride on and make a a comment as well. Mathare constituency, just like Kibra, had been affected within, I think, a span of 2 weeks. And also on behalf of my colleague, the member for Kamkunji, the House will remember also that there have been frequent fires in Kikomba. Honorable Speaker, these issues touch on criminality, and so as the chair is going to respond to this statement, if you look at the common nexus between these fires, the one that persists in Toi, the one that persists in Kikomba, 1 month hardly passes without these fires. There is a question of criminality that possibly touches on the land ownership issues. And so for us to be able to deal with these things conclusively once and for all, one of the suggestions that has been there...
Honorable Mamose, allow Honorable Thiong'o to hear what... He is the chair of Provincial Administration and Security. So let him listen. Have you heard what the Honorable Oluoch has said? Please listen. Repeat what you had said.
And Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is that there is an element of criminality. These things are not mere coincidental fires that take place. There are people, a cartel, a cabal of people who feel that they can be able to forcefully circumvent an appropriate public land where ordinary traders carry out business by frustrating them with ordinary fires. And one of the things, other than looking at the culprits, is for this committee to consider compulsorily acquiring those lands and making them either in the name of the county or the national government, and then allow the traders there to build a modern market. That applies to Toi, that applies to Kikomba market. This is an issue then that the security must take in seriously, as well as the Committee on Lands. Having said that, I want to thank the government, because when we lost 6 people, and these 6 people died also beyond recognition, this morning alone, we have paid money for DNA and money for mortuary for people who completely got burnt out. These things again turn on criminality, and there is an element in which the DCI must check how a fire begins lit by petrol in a place where, one, there is no fire engine, there is no opportunity to save people, and people continue to needlessly lose their life. But I want to thank government. Our honorable member Ruku, who recently was appointed, came to the constituency and we got help. His Excellency the President did the same, and also the PS for Internal Security, PS Omolo, we thank. But the committee must expedite and look at the elements of criminality and the questions of titling and compulsory acquisition of these lands. I thank you.
Okay, the Honorable Owen Bayer.
That's a statement. Honorable Speaker.
Did you rise on? Yeah. What exactly are you? What's your point of your order about?
Now, I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. The issues of fire in Nairobi are just too many, and I think the County of Government of Nairobi, knowing that management of fires and fire brigades are devolved, we want to see the County Government of Nairobi really being proactive first to ensure we do not have these fires, and when they occur, they are there to ensure that they don't destroy. But we cannot have a perennial issue of fires in this city county. You know, this is a city county. This is the gateway to, this is Nairobi. It is everything for Kenya. But if you cannot manage, you always have fires. Who will respect this country if we cannot manage fire? So the governor of Nairobi, if you are listening, please protect your people and the property in this town by ensuring we do not have this fires all the time.
You want to enrich that question anymore? Because I want to call upon the chair to give a commitment on when he'll have the response.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze pia kutoa pole zangu na rambirambi kwa watu wa Kibra na hasa viongozi ambao wameleta maneno haya ndani ya bunge. Niseme poleni sana kupoteza wapendwa wenu, na niweze kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni jambo ambalo limekuwa linarejelea mara kwa mara,
na ni wakati ambapo inafaa uchunguzi ufanywe, tuweze kutambua kuwa ni kina nani ambao wako nyuma ya maafa haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, haiwezekani kila wakati familia zinapoteza wapendwa wao na pengine kuna mtu nyuma, kama vile nimesikia Mheshimiwa Wanbaya akisema wengine ni mambo ya mashamba na mengine. Itakuwa si sawa mali ya watu kupotea. Na hata ukiangalia kule Kongowea sokoni, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia wale wanabiashara waliweza kuathirika na moto mkubwa sana ndani ya Kongowea, walipoteza mali zao na hakuna fidia ambayo walipata, Mheshimiwa Spika, mpaka leo. Pale Ziwa la Ng'ombe pia moto pia ulianza mkubwa, ukapoteza famili nyingi, wapendwa wakawa wamepotea na hakuna hata ukienda kupeleka unaomba msaada pia, manake katika ngafu tuna disaster fund. Mheshimiwa Spika, waweza ukaomba hizi pesa usaidie watu wako, hupati, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba haya mambo yaangaliwe kwa kina. Poleni sana Mheshimiwa Kibra, Mheshimiwa ndugu yangu Mboko Milemba, poleni sana. Mwenyezi Mungu awepe subra kwa wakati huu mgumu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Mheshimiwa Tongoyo, mwenyekiti wa kamati, utapeana ahadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And ordinarily, I had expected members to react in the manner they are doing when after giving the response. But nevertheless, I appreciate the interest in this. Honorable Speaker, given the urgency and of this, I may need a week to respond to. But there is one item that needs a quick and urgent attention: the issue of the DNA, so that the families can able to get the opportunity to bury their loved one. And the member who did raise the statement can attest. While we are seated here, I'd already made some intervention with the government chemist to have the issue of DNA be expedited, so that at least they can able to have the bodies of their loved one buried. Then the rest, maybe we can respond in a week or so, Honorable Speaker.
In a week?
In a week. You know, the more urgent thing was this one.
No, this one you said immediately. DNA.
Yeah, we actually on it.
You're
on it. Can be even be tomorrow, can be a week. Yes.
The comprehensive response will be in a week's time. Is that
yeah, what
so?
I'm saying, Speaker, the issue of DNA may not necessarily wait until maybe we have the response for the rest of the item. That one, we already on it. We are going to see whether we can able to do it even in this week, by Friday. And we already have the undertaking by the government chemist.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I have an issue that needs your attention and not related to Kibra and other fires, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, last week, our constituencies received communication from CARA officers as regards reduction of allocated funds to go towards our rural roads, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this stems from a court case that out of goodwill, this House chose to do the necessary by allowing passage of revenue allocation, Honorable Speaker, under the guise that governors through COG were going to withdraw a court case, Honorable Speaker. Even though we did what we ought to have, the governors walked back on that promise, and therefore allocation has been reduced from 42 million, Honorable Speaker, per constituency under 22% to 28 million, Honorable Speaker. This is a travesty. The allocation under 10%, Honorable Speaker, has moved from 19 million to 0, Honorable Speaker, just because the governors have reneged on a promise that they made, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is a behavior akin to not wanting anything from this House going forward, Honorable Speaker. It is like the governors have confirmed that they don't need this House either way as regards their budgetary allocation, Honorable Speaker. So we need your guidance on this matter. Do we have to transact on goodwill, or we have to make certain provisions that will make it very difficult for anybody to walk back on a promise, Honorable Speaker? Our constituencies, even though have received that reduction, Honorable Speaker, most of the members of Parliament have advised their carer
committees not to move to reallocate or to reduce those budgetary allocations, Honorable Speaker. So how do we move on this matter? Remember, all these roles had been tendered for and awards had been given, Honorable Speaker, and there are usually very stringent conditions that underpin contracts, Honorable Speaker. So how do we as a constituency or as constituencies benefiting from these funds move forward, Honorable Speaker?
I now call upon the chair transport. Where is the chair transport? Huh? Whip. Oh yes, the chief whip, Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, it's indeed true what the Honorable Jared Okello has raised as far as the RMLF funds are concerned. And the facts that culminated to us passing what the governors really wanted us to pass as part of the negotiation so that you can unlock the stalemate that had arisen from the court order that led to the freezing of the 10 billion shillings RMLF. Honorable Speaker, it's important to inform the House that that matter has really been canvassed by the House Business Committee in the previous two sittings. And last week, Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker nominated a few members of Parliament, of course from this House, to the negotiating or mediation, to mediate with the Council of Governors. And at this point, I wish to report that we've really made positive strides. I don't know whether Honorable Okello is listening to me, because it's very important. Because he did ask a question, but I don't see him, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether I should proceed. Oh, he's here. Okay, so Honorable Speaker, the judgment to that matter is coming up on Thursday at 2 p.m. What we did when we passed out of what you've said, Honorable Jared, is that what we did then is that we sought to arrest the judgment from being delivered at that point, and it was postponed to Thursday. However, today we were in court. Of course, the National Assembly and the Council of Governors, and the court directed that we proceed with the ADR. I need to confirm to this House that tomorrow we'll be meeting with the Council of Governors. Tomorrow, if of course they show up. If they don't show up to the directions that the court have been given, we still have our cards. Because it is actually wrong for governors or the Council of Governors, Honorable Speaker, to hold the entire nation at ransom. I mean, 10 billion, Honorable Speaker, is lying idle in some account. And the roads, even with these rains, Honorable Speaker, the roads are impassable. And even if we decided to give this money, Honorable Speaker, to these governors, they will not do them. They will not do them. Trust me. I am on record as having said, Honorable Speaker, that you will actually need a microscope to see what governors do across their counties, Honorable Speaker. Besides recruiting huge battalion, Honorable Speaker, for events so that they can, and Harambes, they have a group of people that move around with them in every meeting, and their work is just to cheer and clap for them, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, they are pushing for such. By the way, it's important for this House to know.
Fair enough.
No, let me conclude, Honorable Speaker.
Please conclude.
It is actually the same governors, Honorable Speaker, that are sponsoring cases against this House, Honorable Speaker. The NTCDF case, it is Council of Governors. RMLF, it is actually Council of Governors. But we are telling them that if they think they are going to hold us at ransom, that tomorrow they will not show up for the ADR ahead of Thursday, and they won't show up. No problem. Today here on order number 12, we have a division of revenue, in the order paper, Honorable Speaker, number 12, and it's already actually rejected, Honorable Speaker. So we are going for that mediation, and we will see, because we really cannot be holding the country at ransom because of our, bloated egos and moving around in red carpets and those kind of...
Okay, fair enough. I thought you meant you can't hold the country hostage. Anyway, Honorable Kainan.
Mr. Speaker, I always support consensus.
Some of us fought so hard for devolution during the countdown to the promulgation of the current constitution. Mr. Speaker, as a person who has represented a constituency that has been marginalized over the years, the devolution that I had in mind, the devolvement of resources that I had in mind, when I jealously fought for the enactment of provisions that will provide resources to the ground. And what is being seen right now, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you are around, you are a deputy speaker then, is completely different. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record that I am a firm believer in devolution. I believe in devolution. I will always support devolution. But I will not support a convoluted, corruptly managed devolution, Mr. Speaker, that does not allow the trickling down of resources to the common people. Mr. Speaker, I want the Honorable Osoro to listen to this. We acted in good faith. We acted as members of the National Assembly, as members of the 13th Parliament. We acted in good faith to allow the passage of that bill and formed a dialogue committee. I am aware the Honorable Osoro, who is also the the minority whip, and my majority whip, I'm sorry to say this, and also who is a seasoned lawyer, has briefed us today in the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, the members are not being told the truth. The truth of the matter is this, and it's my responsibility to speak plainly, to say the truth, because I only fear God. The governors have withdrawn from that case. The court made a determination against your interest. The last chance is tomorrow morning. If the negotiating team did not deliver a favorable result on the roads, on CDF and all other contentious issues, I shall stand here as the father of this house to reject what is contained in this order. And you know it. That's what you have alluded to. And please don't accept this order number 12. You have finished. Whatever you have done it, let me leave it there. It's not the end. It will come. So, Mr. Speaker, my conclusion is this. Nobody will be allowed to take this house for granted. And I want to remind you, read Article 1. Why did the framers of the current constitution equate representation to sovereignty? Don't allow that to go away in the thin air. Stand firm for your right. CDF must exist. That road must come back. And GAV must exist. That road money must come back for the management of the Member of Parliament. They have enough to do it, and we will not continue to entrench corruption, wastage of resources, abuse of office, and all the other evils in this broad daylight. Stand firm to be counted by your conscience.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kainan. The only thing is that when you say that you are the father of this house, and yours truly, who was here when you were still in the university, you want to call me a grandfather? Unless you want to call me a grandfather. Okay. Yes, what's your point of point? There's when, and then I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question by the Honorable Jared was answered by the Honorable Osoro that there is an ADR tomorrow morning between the parties, and there is a ruling, or there is the parties, they are going to meet for a ruling on Thursday. And that is in order, Mr. Speaker. The senior Kainan has spoken about it. Am I in order, Mr. Speaker, that now we come back to the business, because there is nothing to debate more than that. Already we have been told that tomorrow there is an ADR.
Fair enough. I think enough. 1 minute only, 1 minute. And then we proceed on to the next. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I think
we are taking these matters lightly, and therefore the governors are taking us lightly. Everyone knows in this republic, governors handle a lot of money, Honorable Speaker, and nothing happens. In my own county of Bungoma, we get about 14 billion from the exchequer, on revenue about 2 billion, that is about 16 billion. Honorable Speaker, in a county with 9 constituencies only, you can hardly see a project that goes beyond 10 million, Honorable Speaker. That must go on record. Honorable Speaker, that governors have gone behind our backs and discussed with judiciary, and they have pulled out of negotiations with us, and that the judiciary is going to give its ruling on Thursday. Honorable Speaker, we must do something punitive to the governors. We must fire a shot to the governors. Honorable Speaker, we must not wait for governors to find us flat-footed, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, beyond this, I will urge Honorable members that we need a Kamkunji tomorrow morning. We need a Kamkunji. We can no longer appropriate funds for them, first to go and loot, and then come and want more and more and more funds to loot. We cannot give them money to go and bribe their way to want to take everything from GAF, from CDF, from roads. Honorable Speaker, it is not going to be business as usual. Most of these governors are just thieves. There is nothing that they are doing with the monies that we appropriate for them. We have students who are suffering at their homes. We have schools, Honorable Speaker, that do not have anything from the counties. We are supposed to have roads. Even as we speak now, there are roads that are meant for governors to do. They are not doing these roads. They are leaving the roads for us as MPs to do them. Why are they demanding more money? So that they can continue looting? We say no, we demand a Kamkunji so that we can take a very punitive approach. Kama ni vita sisi wote ni wanasiasa na tunaweza pigana. Thank you. We will have to go to the next. I think we have... no, it's a weighty matter. DK, what exactly do you want to say? I mean, it's already been ventilated enough.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Take no more
the
than a
fact
minute.
that I'm also in the mediation committee, we want to state categorically, power lies in this house. What we do with that power is what makes some people outside there to love on us. Let us exercise it this time. If at all they are not going to come for the mediation, I dare say, us as this house, we start with the division of revenue bill. And that is why they will know there are men and women in this house who can actually act as per the Constitution. And the Constitution says clearly, the legislators in this house are the only ones who can appropriate money to anybody. Thank you.
The Honorable Attaining, the chair of the Budget Committee, I had asked you initially if you...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had some information which I would have loved to share. But in view of the impending court ruling, I'm afraid I will not be able to share it with the members. But I just want to say that there are very, very good consultations going on involving the Ministry of Roads, involving Parliament, and even the highest office in the land. And I'm very optimistic that shortly we are going to have a solution, which is going to be helpful for members. Of course, we are determined to ensure that all the resources that are stuck are disbursed to the constituency so that the roads projects are completed. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to persuade members that Division of Revenue Bill is a precursor for passage of supplementary estimates. So there will be no budget before we pass the Division of Revenue Bill. So let us be tolerant. Governors are very responsive. They are cooperating with us, even as we engage. So if we threaten that we will not pass Division of Revenue Bill, it means there will be no budget in the first place. So I know these are very, very weighty matters, and they are matters that touch at the heart of most of our colleagues. But let us just embrace dialogue. I know that very soon we are going to have a solution on both of those issues. So for Division of Revenue Bill, you know that we are going for mediation. Let us approach mediation with an open heart. Let us engage our colleagues in the Senate so that we can be able to move these processes forward. Otherwise, I want to persuade members that from our last meeting towards resolving this issue, there is sufficient goodwill. And I am sure that members will be very happy shortly. Whether the court case goes against us or for us, I think we are going to have a solution.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
We will have to go back to, let's go to the substantive business here, or rather the business on the order paper. Now we are having responses on statements that were sought. And this one is on the status of the construction of Lunga Lunga sub-county headquarters. Honorable Katana of MP for Kaloleni, are you in the house? Is MP for Kaloleni in the house? I know Chief Ramondo is not in the house, who is Chief Ramondo, who was the person who sought this response. Now we go to the next one. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, last week the substantive speaker did make a directive that where a member has asked a question and has not asked for it to be deferred, and the chairman, the relevant chairman is present, he should not be asked to defer. He should just table the answer on record and proceed. He doesn't have to wait.
I think there's a communication from Honorable Chief Ramodo in this case, and in which he sought Honorable Katana, MP for Kaloleni, to be present on his behalf. But now that Honorable is not in, then we'll have to defer this. Let's be fair to him. Chair, would you wish to? But you are going to be follow up with the call of clarification sought. And it's only fair that you either have, because he's already made a communication that he will not be around himself.
True, Honorable Speaker, and he did actually assign a colleague too. Yes. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, actually I don't have the response ready.
Okay.
But I've been promised by the ministry that it could be possibly ready by tomorrow.
Fair enough. Then we defer this to a date when the response is up. Next question is the Honorable Wanjiru Mutonga, mother of the Honorable Samuel Gachobe, MP for Subukia. Proceed. He sought also a response on the matter of Mrs. Wanjiru Mutonga and the rise of insecurity in Subukia constituency.
I have the response, Honorable Speaker, ready. Honorable Speaker, and this is the statement being sought by Honorable Member for Subukia constituency.
Is the person who raised his hand up there, the
It's in the House.
Gachobe? Okay, fair enough.
Confirm,
You're a bit too fun. I'm a little bit short-sighted. I'm unable to.
Honorable Samuel Gachobe. And Honorable Speaker, that is in regards to the murder of one Wanjiru Nganga Mutunga and the general rise of insecurity in Subukia constituency. And in particular, Honorable Speaker, the member wanted to know, one, step being taken to ensure thorough and expeditious investigation into the circumstances surrounding the disappearance and the murder of Wanjiru, that is Shiro, and the swift apprehension and prosecution of perpetrators of a murder. Two, the strategies being deployed to guarantee safety and insecurity of residents in Nakusi, Baraka, Limuru, and Kiborojo town in Subukia constituency and the surrounding areas, and in light of the prevailing fear of potential attacks. And I want to state as follows, Honorable Speaker. On 18th April, at around 9 p.m., Esther Njiru reported the disappearance of her daughter, Nganga, at Kiborojo police station, VIDE OB number 0618-0425. She indicated that Wanjiru did not return home on previous day from the garage where she was on industrial attachment. Later that day, at around 10, a report of a dead body found within the Kanga area of Limuru farm was made at the station via OB number 08180425. The police officers from the Kiboronjo police station, together with the officers from DCI Subukia, visited the scene in a company of Esther Njeri. The latter possibly identified the body as that of her daughter, and the scene was processed by DCI crime scene investigation officers, and all matters of evidential value were documented. The body was moved to Nyahururu Hospital mortuary for preservation, awaiting postmortem examination. The investigations were immediately commenced, and a police case file, Reverend number 7023 of January 2025, opened. Statements from several witnesses were recorded to aid in the inquiry. And on April 22nd, a postmortem examination was conducted by one Dr. David Komen at Nyahururu Hospital mortuary, witnessed by the deceased father, Mr. Patrick Nganga. The pathologist found all body parts intact and in normal condition. According to his expert opinion, the body cause of death was asphyxiation. Investigations are still ongoing, with efforts intensified to identify the perpetrators. Honorable Speaker, in regards to the strategies being deployed to guarantee safety in the area, the government is undertaking following measures to guarantee safety and the security to residents of Akusi, Baraka, Limuru, Kiborocho town in Subukia constituency. The increased police mobile and foot patrol. The Nairobi Police Service has circulated the Fichua kwa DCI toll number 0800-722-203 and encourage the Kenyans to report and share intelligence anonymously, guaranteeing confidentiality and safety of the whistleblowers, and the fertilization of community policing committees to strengthen collaboration between the police and the local communities to promote real-time information sharing and enable the quick response to suspicious activities, including potential threats to the public safety. And signed and submitted by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, the CS Interior. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gashobe, you have a clarification you're seeking in this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to thank the chair for the response, but I feel I'm not satisfied with the response because he continues saying that investigations are ongoing. Mr. Speaker, sir, where the lady used to work is 500 meters from the police station, and the people around that area have not been interrogated. Mr. Speaker, sir, the said incident where it happened is not far from the police station. The question we are asking ourselves is that residents and family members, and including I, have shared the names, the numbers of the suspects, and nobody has been arrested. What I expected from the chair, he was to tell us how many suspects have already been arrested. If the information of the peripheries tells us that those people who did whatever they did comes from the area, we would have been told a certain number have already been arrested, interrogated. If they were innocent, they would have been released. But up to now, nothing has been done, Chair. The police tells us they have circulated police hostile numbers. I want to tell this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are people who have shared the information. I have dispatched the information, including the numbers, but nobody has been arrested. And therefore, I find it not satisfying. And I don't think I will accept this answer.
Fair enough, you made your point very well.
Number two, Mr. Speaker, They are telling us that they are going to intensify patrols. The said police station, after finding out, it's good to note that it has less than 10 police officers who cannot be able to cope the area. The area is a bit vast, and therefore telling us that they are going to intensify the patrol, I find it very difficult. What I have heard from the chair is that they are doing all efforts to add more police officers so that they can be able to intensify the patrol. Number two, the said station has no patrol vehicle, which makes it very difficult to patrol the area. And therefore, Chair, I will plead with the Chair for an additional information because I felt what was presented here not satisfying. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Martha Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me to ride on this statement by my counterpart from Subukia. And Mr. Speaker, the issues Honorable Gashofe has raised are widely Nakuru issues. Just yesterday, a gang actually killed a police officer. Just last week, we had a child that was literally butchered in Barnabas. The issue of security in Nakuru is getting out of hand. We do not have enough policemen. We do not have even motorcycles. The station at Pakawa, which is shared between myself and Honorable Gikaria and Honorable Njoki in Bahati, has no single motorcycle, not a vehicle, and gangs are roaming day and night, Mr. Speaker. So I would wish that the CS Interior, through the chair of the committee here, takes very serious cognizance of the issues happening in Nakuru, and that killing of that police officer should be a wake-up call to what is happening, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minority Whip. Yes, your point of order? Or point of information you said? What's your point?
Call it point of clarification. I know the standing orders are sometimes misleading. Mr. Speaker, taking into account the seriousness of this issue, considering the answer given by the chair, taking into account the limitations by chairs of committees in getting proper, responsive answers, will I be right to suggest to the Honorable Samuel and other affected members to file a petition through this House, have it referred to the committee, allow for public engagement, so that in that process, the committee will be in a position to write a report that will reflect on the evidence on the ground, so that this House gets also an opportunity to get an answer that befits the situation that we are describing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Miri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that there is an alarming rise in cases of femicide. Many young girls are being found dead. Just I think last week, 2 girls in Siaya were found dead. One a school student who was called up, God knows by who, and then she was found raped and murdered. Mr. Speaker, I know the President has tried and given some money towards sensitization, but Mr. Speaker, when the security agencies are very minded in finding the culprits, they act fast. Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to ask that they prioritize the issue of gender-based violence? We are losing a lot of our young girls. And so that when you have such cases, in the same way that we are moving with a lot of speed over other crimes, we should move with the same speed to arrest the culprits. Otherwise, they will continue murdering girls because they know they can get away with it. Thank you.
Honorable members and Honorable Dr. Makali, what exactly do you want to raise?
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I just wanted to write on the issue raised by the 2 honorable members, and this is the issue of security in most of our areas, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Gachobe has said something which is which also touched my issue. he says he has given the police even the numbers of the people suspected to have committed this criminal act. Honorable Speaker, this has become very common, Honorable Speaker, that even where we come from, you give information to the police in confidence, but nothing happens. While we appreciate the limitations with our chair, because it's our colleague, I think, Honorable Speaker, it's important. I don't know whether other than a petition, I think a question could be better so that we get the CS coming to this house to respond to some of our issues. Because I think generally it looks like there's a problem with the security issues in this country. And unless we address them early enough, Honorable Speaker,
fair enough,
we are likely to face serious challenges.
You made your point. Honorable Kenan, and for the benefit of the members of parliament, you don't have to have a petition for the committee to do exhaustive investigation, to invite members of parliament, to invite minister, to invite anybody. So I think Honorable Thiong'o, are you hearing me? I was trying to get Momuse to leave your side of the house so that it doesn't, somebody else has come now to. Kiborek.
Honorable Speaker, as one, I want really to...
My position is this.
Yes.
You don't have to have, there doesn't have to be a petition for you to
No, I agree. I'm in agreement.
To investigate this.
What I'm saying, Honorable Speaker,
yes,
maybe before I respond to, or I also add my voice on that, for my colleague, I really share in the frustration. But it's good, Honorable Speaker, we will appreciate the complicity in these crimey things. They come in different ways. The majority of these perpetrators are expert. They kind of conceal their footprints. But what I want to suggest, Honorable Speaker, as it is for now, we have more than 10 list of statements being sought from different members in this House. And of late, we kind of the opinion that we may call the CS to appear before the committee because we can be able to have an interactive. And all those members probably who are not satisfied or who even we could list as having statements that need more engagement, we can able to give them to appear before the committee and the CS so that we can able to have a more robust interrogation. So that is what my suggestion, Honorable Speaker, need you indulgence on them, on the same.
Done sufficient ventilation on this matter, and the chair will do the needful. So let's go to the next one. The next one is the response is education. Is the chair of education around? Is the chair of education around? No. What about the question, Honorable David Kiblagat? Honorable David Kiblagat.
Yes,
DK.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the chair is not around, so what happens?
No, I take it with a pinch of salt.
Okay, it's okay.
Honorable Speaker, kindly hear me out.
Yes.
When I gave this request for a statement,
yes,
and the prelude response from the chair was a bit encouraging that time, and the Speaker ordered that when we come from recess, on the first day we come from recess, he will be able to respond to this statement. Now, this is the second week after recess. I've been sitting here purposely to wait for that statement. But now, the reason I'm saying I'm taking it with a pinch of salt is that it seems the chair is not taking my statement seriously. And may I do the imagery of why actually this statement is very clear? Is that I have a teacher in Bwai Primary School. He is 50 years old. He has a TAC number. He has never been employed. And he's just now 10 years to retirement. What makes it worse, he was telling me that last year, another teacher, may I explain so that we understand? Another teacher who is about 24 years old was employed, I don't know to say how, and he has been waiting patiently for 50 years. And when he went that day to sleep, he found himself waking up at 3 a.m. And he cried until his wife told him what is wrong. And he said, how unjust can this society be? So I wish the chair takes that statement very seriously and be able to make sure that they can do the affirmative action so that we have all the teachers who are 45 years and above being employed, watoe jam, so that we can employ the young ones. That's all.
What's your point of information, Honorable? Yeah, you wish to be informed. But in any case, it was on a point of order, so you cannot have a point of information on a point of order.
So maybe I can finalize. I wanted to beseech
No, but
the
he
chair.
wants to inform the House something, and the chair has given him.
I think he has given up.
Yeah, no, he has not given up.
Mr. Speaker, if Honorable Kiblagat accepts, he's aware today there's a change of leadership at the TSC. I am not in any way trying to advocate or talk about the absence or the presence of the Honorable Meli. But today, there's a change of leadership at TSC. The long-serving Commission Secretary, the Honorable Nancy Macharia, has exited today and passed the baton to Evelyn Mitei. Because of the change and taking into account the environment, I'm sure the Honorable Meli, as an astute, good former teacher, is somewhere in that environment trying to make sure that the transition from that good former CEO, Nancy Macharia, I'll say good former CEO, to the new CEO takes place, acting CEO, takes place in a friendly, conducive, legally driven, people-friendly, TSC-oriented, teachers-placed, so that teachers all over can
you made your point.
benefit.
You made your point. The Honorable DK, I direct that this matter be put on the order paper tomorrow. And I'm sure Honorable Mary will understand the urgency and the need and the seriousness of the chair on that matter. Because if he was told that he has to have it on the first day the Parliament resumes, and this is the second week, we appreciate that he might be involved in something fairly significant in the teaching fraternity in this country, but nonetheless, he should have the answer tomorrow. Next response is extension of the national power grid from Garissa to Wajir and Mandera counties in northeastern province of Kenya. The Honorable Adam Kenan and the energy, where is the chair of energy? The chair of energy, yes.
I'm here, Honorable
Proceed.
Speaker.
You have the response?
Honorable Speaker, my apologies. We as a committee, I think we also need to take action against the PS who was supposed to have given us this response. And now for the second time again, I don't have. And I wish to plead with the Member of Parliament to give us additional 1 week and then we can be able to, for both. That is order number under 4 and 5.
And for the response sought by the Honorable Tom Boy, MP for Nyatike?
Yes, also.
And this other one?
I also don't have it.
Are you okay with that, Honorable Kenan, next week?
Mr. Speaker, you know we have waited for 63 years.
Yes.
63 years without connection to the national grid. So waiting for 7 more days is not far-fetched.
It's not a big deal.
The 7 days will come. You can count, Mr. Speaker.
Fair enough, Honorable.
But Mr. Speaker, let me say this. I want to qualify something. Having watched the performance of the different heads of state departments, the PSs, I want to confirm that Honorable Alex Wachira is one of the best performing PSs, and I know under his watch, that region will be connected to the national grid. So as we wait for the answer, I do not want to preempt. I hope and pray that next week, we have waited for 63 years, 7 days, it's not long.
Fair enough. I direct that this be put on the order paper exactly 1 week from today.
But please, Mr. Speaker, as he does that, let me put this right. And you also come from that region. You understand this. And I know you are not prejudiced. Chairman, under your leadership, and you have chaired the same energy committee in the last parliament. By the grace of God, 2.5 years down the line, you are brought back as the chair, and there must be a reason that has informed. Can you also take it upon yourself that this region called Northern Kenya, which comprises of 70% of the landmass of the Republic of Kenya, is not connected to the national grid, and that that should not be considered as a national shame. National shame.
You've made your point, Honorable
Bring
Chair.
that answer.
Are you
Thank
willing
Mr.
to give that undertaking now or at another date? I think that you can give now. Give the Honorable Chair of Energy Department the
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
mic.
I totally want to agree with Honorable Kainan.
That you give an undertaking.
Yes, I give an undertaking by next week. I'll have that, and I
No,
want
no,
also.
no. You haven't had his question. He says, can you give an undertaking that under your watch,
Yes, that's where
that
I'm
the
headed
North
to.
is going to be connected to the
Actually,
national grid?
That's why I'm headed to Honorable Speaker.
Great,
That we will be the commitment by this government to be able to
Good to
take
hear that.
the
Good to hear
Northeastern
that.
under national grid.
Both
will be done.
what they call
Thank
responses
you.
4 and 5 are deferred to next week, the same day today, on an afternoon, on Tuesday afternoon next week. Then the other one is health. Is the chair of health around? Where is he? Seme MP. Okay, these are the challenges faced by teachers and police officers in accessing medical services under medical insurance. This was sought by the Honorable Muchangi Karembo, MP for Runyenjes. Is he around? I know, has he given communication on? Let's give the Honorable Karemba MP for Runyenjes the benefit of doubt, because for 3 good days, along with me and the Honorable Chair for JLAC, the Honorable Murugara, we've been holed up somewhere. We were all extremely tired, so I don't know where he is. So this is also deferred to the same day next week. I have to get to labor first before you can rise yourself. Wait. So the matter on Honorable MP for Seme, Professor Nyikal, the one and only, this matter, this response has to be ready on Tuesday next week, afternoon. Yes, the other one is MP Joseph Tonui, MP for Kurisai South. Is he around? Is the chair of Housing Planning and Urban Development Works, Urban Public Works. Huh? The vice chair is around.
Mr. Speaker, I have the response, but I think
he's not around.
The member is not allowed.
Order, Honorable Vice Chair. Order. The questioner is not, the person who sought the response, the Honorable Joseph Tony, MP for Kurusoi, is not in the House, in the chambers, and he has not delegated that responsibility to anybody else to have to ask what you call follow-up questions. And we'll also give him the benefit of doubt. We don't know what has happened to him. I directed this question be put on the order paper again on Tuesday next week in the afternoon. Please.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable is the chair for lands in the House. The chair for lands. Sorry. The chair for labor. Is he around? Is he in the House? The chair for labor. The chair for labor. Honorable Mule, why don't you shout and say yes? You have a mic in front of you. And he's a member of parliament for Nandi County, Honorable Cynthia Muge, also in the House. Madam Cynthia Muge. I also direct this question also to be deferred to next week.
Thank you.
On Tuesday afternoon.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
I believe let's just be fair to them. And then we have lands. Who is there? Is the chair for lands are in the House? The chair for lands. Osotsi, who is that? Can you take the mic next to you? Is that the Honorable Machau Waidaka? Are you the chair of lands?
Honorable Speaker, I'm the chair for lands.
And the Honorable Machau Waidaka, MP for Kiambu?
is not around, but I want to confirm to the Honorable House that this statement was answered to on 5th of December 2024. So it's appearing for the second time. I don't know how it came about.
Fair enough. This has got to be expunged now because it has already been dealt with before. Am I right? This matter has been addressed. And the last one is the Honorable Faisal Bada, MP from Sambweni. And the Chair for Lands, are you in possession of the answer for Honorable Faisal Bada?
Yeah, we'll request for 7 more days. The response to the statement is not ready.
I saw direct that this question be put on the order paper on Tuesday, Wednesday after, well, is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday afternoon next week. Now we go back to the old order. We're going back to order number 14.
Order number 14, motion, ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies.
Martha.
Thank you. Blue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation and its consideration on the agreement of fisheries subsidies laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17 April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification agreement of fisheries subsidies. Honorable Speaker, the agreement on fisheries subsidies was adopted at the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference in Marrakesh, Morocco in June 2022. The agreement's main objective is to promote a sustainable fishing by curbing harmful subsidies, protecting marine resources, and ensuring fairness in global fisheries trade. Honorable Speaker, Article 2, Sub-Article 5 of our Constitution, 2010, provides that the general rules of international law shall form part of the laws of Kenya. And Article 2(6) further states that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of the laws of Kenya under this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the agreement seeks to balance the livelihood of fishing. The agreement incorporates a special and differential treatment provisions, offering flexibility and extended implementation timelines for developing and least developed countries. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight to members what a treaty is all about. This fishery subsidies, Honorable Speaker, it has several articles. Article 1 of the treaty, Madam Speaker, specifies that the disciplines apply only to marine wild capture, fishing, and fishing-related activities at the sea. Thus, the agreement covers activities such as the onboard processing and transshipping of catch, but excludes the onshore, pre- and post-harvest activities such as packaging and processing. The Article 3 of this treaty, Honorable Speaker, prohibits the WTO members from granting subsidies to vessels or operators found to have engaged in illegal and unregulated fishing. This provision is activated upon determination by the coastal state, the flag state, or relevant regional fisheries management organization, or that kind of arrangement. Madam Speaker, the agreement also establishes an institutional arrangement for monitoring implementation. And Article 9 of this treaty creates a committee composed of representatives from each member state. The committee will meet
biannually to oversee the operations of the agreement and to review information provided by members at least every 2 years. Madam Speaker, the committee noted that upon ratification, the Kenya would be required to align its laws, the regulation, and the administrative procedures with the agreement. And this includes providing a description of its fisheries regime, citing relevant national laws and procedures within 1 year of the agreement entry into force, and promptly notifying the WTO of any subsequent changes. Madam Speaker, the committee further observed that the Kenya must regularly notify the WTO fisheries subsidies to facilitate surveillance of implementation, effective stock assessment, and the related programs will be key to fulfilling this obligation. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the committee noted that the agreement does not allow the state parties to enter reservations. However, Article 9, Article 4 of this treaty provides for a comprehensive review after 5 years. This one, Madam Speaker, so that if there is some reservation from a country, after every 5 years, they meet so that they can review. These reviews could result into the amendment based on a practical implementation experience. So, Madam Speaker, this is a treaty for fisheries. And Kenya, Madam Speaker, and especially in this new sector, which is a new economic front, Madam Speaker, we are still new in blue economy. Many countries, they have gone ahead for many years. Many of their revenues they have been getting through fishing. And Madam Speaker, this is a subsidy treaty where countries sign to make sure that the fishing in their countries, either those who are coming in to fish in our country or even those who have the capacity to do a deep sea fishing, Madam Speaker, they are regulated. And then it provides also some subsidies so that as a country, if we have to tap our resources in the deep sea, we have some subsidies for those who want to invest, maybe in terms of taxation and such things or such subsidies, Madam Speaker. So this is just a regulatory treaty, and it has been signed by many countries, especially the countries which are bordering the Indian Ocean and many other coastal lines, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, that is just the input of this, why we need to ratify this treaty as a country, as provided for under our Constitution, Article 2, Article 6 of the Constitution. And, Madam Speaker, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the committee, because we sat when we received this treaty, we carried out a public participation with the stakeholders. They came, the Attorney General office, which they had to tell us what is the implication of this treaty from the legal perspective. How is it going to affect our existing laws? And they appeared before us because we already have some other laws, like the Kenya Fisheries Act of 2016. We have also the Tuna Commission, which we have signed as a country. So the Attorney General, in their submission, told us that signing this treaty is going to improve our fishing, and it's not going in any way conflict with our existing laws. We had also a meeting with the Foreign Affairs, Madam Speaker, because this one also touches to many countries. We had there was also the Ministry of Trade, because there is also an input of trade in this treaty. They appeared before us, they gave us their submission, and all of them, they were in agreement. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it's a duty of this House to approve this treaty so that Kenya can benefit from this treaty. So I want to appreciate my colleagues
the members of the Blue Economy and Water and Irrigation who participated, and we worked out together to have this report. I also want to thank my clerks. The clerks attached to the committee, Madam Speaker, they supported us in the drafts of this motion, and also they were with us throughout, taking notes of from all our stakeholders. So, Madam Speaker, I want to move this motion and ask the Honorable Mudhoni, the member for Meru County, to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, fish farming is a major economic activity in our waters. Honorable Speaker, that is why this agreement today seeks to balance the livelihoods of fishing communities with the need to maintain marine health. Honorable Speaker, it also aims to prevent market distortion by prohibiting subsidies that provide unfair competitive advantages. Specifically, Honorable Madam Speaker, the agreement bans subsidies for vessels engaged in illegal fishing. Illegal and unreported fishing is a major source of unaccounted for revenue. Honorable Speaker, this is the more reason why we should be part of this agreement, so that we can be able to monitor the fishing activities in our waters, and also be able to target the overfished stocks. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to note that we normally, as countries that invest in fishing, they normally undertake a stock taking in the fish, so that, Honorable Speaker, they can be able to know when the fish is overfished, when their stocks is overfished. Honorable Speaker, it is also equally important that we have this agreement so that we can be able at any one time monitor the vessels that are fishing in our deep seas across countries. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore very important that I urge this House this afternoon to join us in ensuring that we all join in the ratification of this agreement on fishery subsidy. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Very well. I therefore propose that this House adopts the report that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water, Irrigation, and Irrigation on its consideration of the agreement on fisheries subsidies laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies. We'll start with Honorable Major Deco, if not in the House, Honorable Nyikao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, and that this report should actually be adopted. Basically for three simple reasons. One, our Constitution obliges us that once we sign any treaty, we must, once we are involved in international treaty, it must be part of our law. So therefore it is important to ratify it. Two, Madam Speaker, this seems to be more on deep sea fishing, and I know that this is an area that is dominated by foreigners, and actually there's a lot of infringement of even of our local waters in the pretext that it is actually international waters. So if we actually do not look at these areas and make sure that the fishermen, the local fishermen that venture into deep sea fishing are protected, they will actually be exploited by foreigners. Moreover, Madam Speaker, these people are really very sophisticated, while our fishermen actually don't use as sophisticated equipment as these foreigners. Therefore, if there is need for them to be subsidized, I think within the confines of this treaty, we should support that. The third reason, Madam Speaker, is that it gives me opportunity to address the chair of this department, because, Madam Speaker, locally in the inland lakes, we actually have a much bigger need, and our blue economy is actually addressing this, trying to improve the fishing, trying to improve the gear that we use, and trying to support our people. And what is happening is actually the fish stocks are dwindling, the gear that are used are actually deleterious to the fish stocks. So they literally catch everything. And this is a big problem, particularly in Lake Victoria. And more, there is a lot of clashes with our neighbors, particularly Uganda, but to some extent Tanzania. And a lot of fishermen are arrested very often, and their gear are actually confiscated and destroyed. So as we protect the deep sea fishing and international waters, we must also look at locally. And as the second indicated, fish farming, particularly in the lake, is actually a big area that can be exploited with a big potential. And I think we need to look at it, how we protect them, how we give subsidies in this area. Fortunately, as we have heard, this treaty deals with deep sea fishing, but which means we can actually support and subsidize our local fish farming, which are coming from the lakes. So I think we are likely to get a lot more output from our lakes than even from the deep sea. So as we protect them with this international treaty, let us also look at what is happening locally. So I don't know, it meant deep sea. When you are dealing with Lake Victoria, for example, where we actually have 3 countries that are sharing the lake, does it qualify under this treaty? If it does, then the more reason why we should sign this and see how we can protect our local fishermen. With that, Madam Speaker, I support.
Honorable Owen Baya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support my brother and the person who crafted his name from mine, the Honorable Bowen, to support him on this report, Honorable Speaker. The report is on ratification of the agreement on fisheries subsidies. Honorable Speaker, anything fisheries actually touches on the coast. The coast of Kenya is one of those big fish baskets in this country. And fishermen there have, for many years, been seen as, if you're a fisherman, you're a poor man. You know, there is a kind of a correlation between poverty and fishing. And the communities there have never come out of the cocoons of poverty because of the kind of fishing regime that exists in this country. A fisherman can be a very rich person if properly enabled. But if they're not properly enabled, Honorable Speaker, they end up just doing what you call subsidy fishing, artisanal fishing. Just go out there, get the catch for the family, and sell a few pieces, so that you are just subsisting on it. And a family goes on, and the grandfather was a fisherman, the father becomes a fisherman, the son and the grandson, they all become fishermen, and therefore cannot come out strongly unless probably they pursue another trade. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to change this matrix. We need to change this thing. It is hurting families that otherwise would have been richer if we gave them proper fishing gear and gave them a proper legal regime to fish. Honorable Speaker, it will shock you today. A fisherman that goes to sea When he leaves home with his nets and gets to the beach, he'll be asked, and I want the Honorable Kagogo to listen to this so that he can help fishermen. When he arrives there, there is somebody from KWS asking him a question. Do you have a fishing license? From Kenya Wildlife Services. Because Kenya Wildlife Services has demarcated some of the places as marine parks. So first he's asked, do you have a license for fishing? When he finishes answering that question, Honorable Speaker, he moves further. The guy from Kenya Fisheries sees him and asks him, do you have a license for this net? Have you paid a license for the net? Honorable Speaker, when he gets into his canoe and wants now to get into the water and start fishing, somebody from Kenya Maritime Authority asks him, do you have a license for this boat? Honorable Speaker, before he even goes further, the Kenya Coast Guard is there asking him, who allowed you to come into these waters? Before he even finishes all that, the forestry people are there asking, how did you make this boat? Did you use a tree? Did you get a license for this tree? There are a plethora of licenses that a fisherman must have. And these licenses, Honorable Speaker, in fact, the other person that will come and ask him is the tourist police. The tourist police will tell him, you know, you're not allowed within these boundaries because in here, there are tourists here we must protect. When he finishes fishing and brings the catch, there are people from Fisheries telling him, why did you fish this species? This species is illegal, you cannot fish it. Honorable Speaker, the fishermen in this country cannot make money. Fishermen are sleeping hungry, and yet the ocean is a few minutes away, few meters away. They are eating ugali with salt and you know, some vegetable, and yet fish is available there. But it has become very impossible because of the regime that exists, the legal regime that exists that controls fishing, Honorable Speaker. And that is where the problem is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we ratify this treaty, I want to be sure that the Honorable Kangogo and his team has perused it to see you do not introduce foreign and unacceptable regimes into the fishing community in this country. Honorable Speaker, this parliament passed the Fisheries Management Act, this parliament, which was declared unconstitutional. The Fisheries Management Act. In fact, Honorable Kangogo came and asked, so how do we operate? Because we were supposed to pass the regulations and they could not be passed because we adopted some treaties and put them in.
1 minute, wind up.
Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, you are not here. That is the 11th Parliament, which passed the Fisheries Management Act. Oh, you are here? No, okay. So, Honorable Speaker, that law has rendered it so impossible. They introduced something called monofilament net, which cannot be used. Time immemorial, people have always used the monofilament net. They tell you the monofilament net, if it goes under there, it catches the seabed there and it gets cut. And therefore, only one fish will be caught and die because of the remnants of that net there. And therefore, that prescribed monofilament net. They have to go for bigger nets. Government has not provided resources to replace the monofilament net with other nets. They outlawed a lot of fishing gear, traditional fishing gear were outlawed, Honorable Speaker. And the fisherman stands there without a net, without a canoe, and without anything. And yet we say that we want to invest big in blue economy. Honorable Speaker, before we think about the big vessels, before we think about the huge investment in the blue, let's empower the fisherman so that he can take his child to school, so that that fisherman can pay his bills, that fisherman can get food on the table, Honorable Speaker. That is what I ask Honorable Kangogo Bowen's committee. Protect the fisher people. Protect them. Give them resources. Allow them to make a living, a good living out of the sea, Honorable Speaker. That I beg of this House. As we ratify this, Honorable Speaker, I just hope and wish that you have not adopted foreign things that will hinder and hurt the common fisherman. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support the adoption of the report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy regarding this paper, which they have, this report, which they have laid on the table, and which urges this House to ratify the agreement on fisheries and subsidies, which was actually entered into between world nations in Morocco. Again, we repeat that once we ratify this particular agreement, it becomes part and parcel of our domestic law, and it actually binds us, all of us, including our country, vis-a-vis the other signatories when it comes to enforcement. I know very well that we have a treaty-making bill which is pending, and the purpose of this bill is to urge the executive or to compel the executive to be involving this House in the treaty negotiations, treaty agreements, international contracts, so that as the executive goes into this, from step one, time to time, Parliament is informed and involved in what is being done. By so doing, then we would not be caught unawares ratifying an agreement or a treaty whose contents or particulars we are not familiar with. Therefore, that's an important one. Once the bill comes to the House, we will be debating it and trying to pass it. On behalf of Tharaka constituency, Tharaka Nithi County, it's good to inform the country that we got a lot of interest in blue economy, and this is the reason why we have also donated to the broad-based government an expert in a blue economy by the name PS Betsy Muthoni Njagi, who comes from Tharaka Nithi, and she's doing a fantastic job there as the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Honorable Kagogo Bowen would confirm. Therefore, we debate this with a passion, knowing very well that we have an expert there who is going to ensure that it is implemented the way it is supposed to be for the benefit of the Republic of Kenya. The agreement talks about fishing in the least developed countries. I thought we stopped using that term, but it shows that these people still believe we are down there in terms of development, and therefore they have to come to our aid, which aid we do accept, provided it has no conditionalities that make it untenable or unconscionable. We have our territorial waters where we do a lot of fishing, but also we are at risk of being invaded by pirates from other countries who come to steal from us our fish, because we are not able to guarantee security along those territorial waters. Agreements like this, including subsidizing fishing, are of benefit to this country, because as we diversify our food security, fish comes in handy. We do not have to go to China to bring in fish whose source is not clear to us. And sometimes we are given interesting stories about plastic fish coming from certain countries. We know the high seas, the deep seas also. There's a lot of wealth down there, but we do not have the resources to go into the deep waters to mine. If this agreement is actually going to assist in the fishing by giving to us the subsidies, it's a welcome development. We should actually agree with it, ratify it, and then prepare our country to mine in the deep sea so that we are able to bring to the shore seafood, which is of great importance and nutrition to our country. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Thank you. Honorable Timothy Kipchumba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important motion before this House on the ratification of this particular treaty. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a member of the global community. We have a very progressive constitution in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you read Article 2.5 and 2.6 of our constitution, it speaks to that particular issue in that any treaty that Kenya has ratified becomes part and parcel of the laws of this country. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Ngugi Committee because they complied fully with the relevant legal provisions insofar as matters to do with public participation is concerned. I have read the report of the committee. It is very clear that they conducted public participation.
Honorable Timothy, if that's your phone, you'll need to put it on silent. Yeah.
I actually was looking for it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at this report by the Ngugi Committee, they have captured clearly that they conducted public participation. And that is in clear spirit with the provisions of the Constitution, which provides that the people of this country must speak to any document that this parliament passes. So that when we speak as members of parliament, we speak for and on behalf of the people of the Republic of Kenya, and we must also get their views before passing any document of this House. So, Honorable Speaker, this document has qualified insofar as the aspect of public participation is concerned. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mulugara, the chair of JLAC, has raised a very fundamental issue which I wish to associate myself with. And I'm happy that already there is a pending amendment to the Treaty Making and Ratification Act so that matters of public participation must also be conducted insofar as this House is concerned. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we find it awkward when we encounter these documents firsthand at the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, if you read the way the Treaty Making and Ratification Act is the wording of the particular provisions of the sections of the law, it provides that Parliament has no role actually. Our role is just either to accede as a whole or to provide for some reservations, but we have no say on the documents. So, Honorable Speaker, that bill that the Honorable Mulugara has talked about, the amendment bill on Treaty Making and Ratification Act, is very important so that members of Parliament in this House can have a say on these treaties before the chairs of committees bring it before the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I have also read the report of the committee. One is the importance of us as a House ratifying this treaty is that we will guarantee security to our fishermen. Honorable Speaker, many other times that our fishermen have been harassed in the high seas. So that, of course, affects our fishermen in one way or the other. So it is incumbent upon this House to protect our fishermen because that is an area that we must invest in this country so that we can be able to earn revenue as a country. Honorable Speaker, the report also says that it will promote sustainable fisheries to support food security, poverty alleviation, and the preservation of marine biodiversity. If there is a biodiversity, Honorable Speaker, that we must protect in this country and has been left out in law is the marine biodiversity. So I believe that the ratification of this particular treaty will promote the issue of marine biodiversity in this country, and it will be progressive if we ratify the same as a House so that we can protect that particular diversity. Honorable Speaker, also to provide what we call a level playing field for fishers and fishery-related industries. Honorable Speaker, so that we compete as a global community, so that we progress as a country, we must be part and parcel of the international community insofar as establishment.
1 more minute for you, Honorable Kipchumba.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. So that, Honorable Speaker, we become part and parcel of the global community so far as protecting our marine diversity is concerned, or biodiversity. Then, Honorable Speaker, we must be able to ratify this particular protocol. Honorable Speaker, also, in terms of sustaining the fishing industry in this country, there is no way that as a country we can be able to say we want to preserve and sustain our fishing industry without being part of the global community. Several countries have ratified this treaty. There is absolutely no reason, Honorable Speaker, as a country that there is no reason why, as a country, we cannot ratify this particular treaty. Honorable Speaker, also, if you read at this report, it says it will help in granting access to targeted technical assistance and capacity building support for developing country members and LDCs. Honorable Speaker, we are a developing country, and we appreciate that. And therefore, if we are to progress, Honorable Speaker, we have to do more technical assistance and capacity building in terms of supporting our fishing industry in this republic. Honorable Speaker, for those reasons, I support to the extent that this treaty complies with Article 61E and 69(1)A, which provides that these articles, that is, of course, what I've mentioned, are for productive, sustainable exploitation, utilization, management, and conservation of the environment and natural resources, as well as equitable sharing of accruing benefits. So, Honorable Speaker, this protocol, this treaty, complies with Article 2, 5, and 6, as well as Article 61A and 69(1)A of the Constitution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Nakuru Town East, not in the House. If there is no more interest, we will call the mover to reply. Hold on, Honorable Kangogo. Member for Nyando.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. And on the same breath, I want to support this ratification on fishing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fish is a staple food in Kenya. And history has it that consumption of fish provides omega-3, which helps in brain development. And any family or any community that would want to have a lot of calcium in their bodies and omega-3 that feeds into developing their brain power, fish then becomes the best diet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our country has been exporting fish for a simple reason that we do not produce enough for our local consumption. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this ratification will also help in importing the shortage that we have as a country. But again, we need to put a lot of emphasis as a nation to grow a lot of fish, both in our lakes and outside our lakes, Madam Speaker. We also need to preserve certain species that are very rare in our country now, such as the Nile perch, which attracts a lot of markets outside our borders, Madam Speaker. We tried in the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, to impose certain tariffs on imported fish, but that was defeated, Madam Speaker, because we wanted to pay a lot of attention in growing a lot more to service our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there has been something going on in our blue economy which relates to the fishing industry, Madam Speaker. This is about stock taking, which my friend Kangogo is well aware of. Now, why do we take stock of fish in our oceans, in our seas, Madam Speaker? The results of the stock take then gives you a global quota, because not every country can just fish, import or export without the international players. And this stock taking has been taking place. It is the results upon which we get our quota as a country on what we need to fish and export to the outside market, particularly this fish called tuna and sod, which attracts a lot of market in the international community, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this ratification is important because it then creates a level playing field to countries that participate in fishing and as a trade, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I support this most important ratification, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Kangogo, reply.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the honorable members who have contributed to the motion on ratification of this agreement on fisheries subsidies, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to say this, that this treaty, Madam Speaker, it's been adopted by so many other countries. There are about 65 other countries who have adopted this treaty. And Madam Speaker, even if as a country, even if we are not going to ratify as a country, this treaty is going to be operational. So, and because it has more benefit for us as a country, Madam Speaker, so there is need to adopt this treaty. So I want to thank honorable members who have contributed, and where, Madam Speaker, there are some concerns, where they have raised some concerns, especially like the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Speaker, I want to first thank the Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Owen Bayer, because he contributed immensely, Madam Speaker, on the fisheries regulations. And those regulations, Madam Speaker, we were curing what the Malindi Court actually pointed out when they nullified the Fisheries Amendment Act of 2016. And I want to assure the honorable members who have raised concerns, I want to assure our fishermen, Honorable Speaker, both in the western part of Kenya and the coastal part of Kenya, that the new fisheries bill, which is before this House, it came for the first reading, Honorable Speaker, and is led by, it was read by, or it's moved by the little majority, Honorable Speaker. It's going to cure all the concerns. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to say much on this. I want to move. I want to reply, Honorable Speaker, and thank all the members who have contributed. Thank you.
Very well. We shall defer the putting of the question on this. Then we'll go to the next order.
Order number 15, motion. Report on consideration of audited accounts of state corporations for Central Region.
Honorable members, this is a resumption of debate, and Honorable Bissau was on the floor, has a balance of 8 minutes. If he's not in the House, then we will open it up for debate. If you're interested, you can press your buttons. If not, we can call the mover to reply. Honorable Amboka, is this your motion? Are you ready to reply? There is no more interest. Kindly do.
Oh, she wants to reply. She wants to contribute.
Honorable Mudhoni, I was calling out and I called twice.
Allow her.
Is it on the same? Yes, I'll give you then to make your contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief on this. I want to thank Honorable Mboka and the entire committee that came up with this report. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the debate on state corporations, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to state, Honorable Speaker, that if we are not careful, this country will go to the drain. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because the report did reveal very worrying trends in our higher education institutions. Honorable Speaker, a particular one case in point is the Kenyatta University report that, Honorable Speaker, we are told that a whole area has been occupied by people who just entered the compound and decided to put up high-rise buildings in an institutional compound. Honorable Speaker, it is very worrying because this has happened, and it has happened when the institution has full management, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when I listened to this report was being presented by the mover who is in this house, it was very clear, Honorable Speaker, that public resources are going to waste. An institution where the committee visited, and they went and they were told that a 600 million building was put. And when they asked where the building is, they were just told it was somewhere there. Honorable Speaker, if this is how public resources are being used, then, Honorable Speaker, as a country, it is very worrying. The trend is extremely worrying. And, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge this committee in particular, as they table this report before this House, Honorable Speaker, let it be very clear that after tabling the report, let us go even deeper, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that those people capable of misappropriating public resources are brought to book. Honorable Speaker, public land, it is not land that can just disappear. And we are told 300, 200 acres, and then by and by you go and find that land is no longer public land, it belongs to private individuals. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for coming up with this very bold report that is unearthing the evils in our public institutions. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the report and say, as a country, Honorable Speaker, time has come when we should call a spade a spade. Get these reports and act, Honorable Speaker, so that the reports don't just come to the House, before the floor of the House, and then after coming before the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker, we wait for another season when the same report will be brought here again when we have not acted on the report, on the previous report. Honorable Speaker, I do thank the committee and I support the report that they have given.
Thank you. Member for Nyando, Honorable Jared Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. I also want to support this report by Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in line with what my colleagues have said, it is really a worrying situation that we compromise the quality of education through the reports that have come from the way these universities are run together with the TTIs, Madam Speaker. The best way to kill a society is just to compromise their standards of education, and that's it. You come up with half-baked doctors that in operation will leave sponge and other medical equipment inside a patient, Madam Speaker. Buildings will come tumbling down in the hands of quacks, masquerading as engineers, Madam Speaker. You will have a society that does not pay much attention to research, which is a component of education, Madam Speaker. And therefore, if these reports are anything to go by, then as a nation we must be very, very afraid. Madam Speaker, education, as has been said, times more than number, is the key to a better living. But if we compromise that very key, then the future of our generations and the generations to come will be very bleak. The competitiveness within and without our country, Madam Speaker, then becomes compromised. you do not necessarily have to work in your country. Because when jobs are advertised, especially those that attract international attention, we need people who can compete with others, who perhaps enjoyed better education than us, Madam Speaker. And therefore, if our universities, and together with TTIs, will channel out people who are not well-versed with the job trends, Madam Speaker, and requisite qualifications for placements, then we have no remedy, Madam Speaker. And therefore, if we are killing our universities, and the University of Nairobi to boot, Madam Speaker, which has brought so many people into the limelight, Madam Speaker. Very many people went through this most prestigious university of our country, a university that ranks so highly in Africa and internationally, but just because of poor management and the appetite for corruption, we are killing the University of Nairobi. It is a travesty, Madam Speaker, and this must be looked into. If it is about management, we still have men and women out here who are qualified to run these universities. Let us put them into these universities and bring them back to life. When we were going to school, Madam Speaker, any person who got admission in private schools, that was a failure. In fact, we used to call them harambes, to simply mean that they were belonging to people who were not government. The government institutions were the in thing. And each time we got letters from government institutions, we knew definitely that you have passed your exams. But how it turned around that private institutions do better than public institutions is a wonder, Madam Speaker. It is the government that comes up with the regulations. If we allow private institutions to fester, then who will control even the fees that are to be paid? If we kill our public universities and only allow private universities, who will afford education in these private universities? And that is why I was even very afraid that we are selling government institutions at the altar of private investors, Madam Speaker. Public universities must be the barometer upon which every standard is measured. That is why you have Kenya Bureau of Standards, not a private entity, but a public entity. Bureau Veritas in the international community. Public institutions, Madam Speaker. And therefore, if this report is adopted as is, we must reset this country and take it back to where it has been. Unfortunately, even with the advancements that we now have, with digital platforms, that our management then becomes a problem to us. You would have expected that with all these advancements, we would have better management of our institutions and our firms, Madam Speaker. But now the reverse is becoming true, that the current generation cannot run institutions. Institutions that our grandparents put a lot of their effort, sweat and blood, for them to be going concerns, Madam Speaker. And therefore, as a nation, there are many things that have gone wrong, but we have to step back, reflect, and retool anew for our country to move forward. And therefore, I support this report, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Chair, now you can make your reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to reply. But first, let me sincerely thank the leadership of this institution, of the National Assembly, starting from the Speaker, the Clerk, our own committee clerk, Christine Deritu, and my members, beginning with my able deputy, Anthony Kibagendi, Ambassador Francis Sigei, Honorable James Wamashukuru, Maurice Bissau, Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, Alpha Miruka, the Honorable Mark Mwenje, who's Deputy Minority Whip, the Honorable Bonaya Gulo, the Honorable Shadrach Mwiti, the Honorable Moses Kirima, the Honorable Daniel Carito, the Honorable Chifurumondo Munga Mangale, and the Honorable Mwalimu Teacher Joseph Tunoi. I want to thank them, Honorable Speaker, because since we were constituted initially and reconstituted second time, Honorable Speaker, we have never lacked quorum as a committee, which is not something we take for granted, but we want to thank our members for their commitment and their contribution. Honorable Speaker, in line with the mandate and in a bid to reduce the audit backlog, the committee resolved to first consider the report of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-19 to 2020-21. This decision was made to ensure that past audit queries are addressed and that the institutions under our oversight are held accountable in timely manner. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that the committee has since commenced consideration of audit reports for the financial years 2021-22 to 2023-24, which brings us up to date. This is in line with the requirement of the Public Finance Management PFM Act, which demands timely scrutiny of public investments for effective financial oversight. Honorable Speaker, if this House may recall, there is a case between officers of the city county of Nairobi and the Auditor General. And the court ruled that the Auditor General must table these reports in this House, upon which the House, the necessary committees, audit committees, must within 3 months have dispensed with them. I want to report to this House, Honorable Speaker, that we are now almost at par with the requirement, the constitutional requirement, and in a few months, Honorable Speaker, I think our committee will have dispensed with all the issues that we are supposed to deal with, and will be good to go. Madam Speaker, having tabled the committee's report, I now wish to urge the Committee on Implementation to move with speed to follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained therein. This is particularly important as some of these recommendations are time-bound and having far-reaching implications on the quality and efficiency of service delivery in our public education institutions. Honorable Speaker, when I was moving our report, I mentioned that 2 committees of this House in the last Parliament, the Committee of Health and the Committee of Implementation, reached some decisions on some of these institutions, precisely the hospital, the Kenyatta University Referral and Training Hospital, that is supposed to, the students of Kenyatta University are supposed to have full access to this institution because that is the purpose for which the institution came to being. But up to now, Honorable Speaker, you realize that 5 years later, that decision has not been implemented. So we call upon the Committee of Implementation to be firm and to ensure that decisions of this House are followed to the letter. Another incident, Honorable Speaker, is the issue pitting the trustees at the KIST, Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, and the Board of Governors. The TVETs Act of 2013, Honorable Speaker, dealt the last nail on the coffin for these so-called trustees issues, that the institution has to go back into the hands fully of the management of the school and the board. That, Honorable Speaker, the trustees have, without mandate, gone ahead and even borrowed, taken loans on the titles of these institutions. It is an immoral thing, and it is something that we need to follow up very quickly. And I'll be asking this House that upon approval, Honorable Murugara wants to inform me. I don't know if that is...
You want to be informed?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
It's not really. It's purely because the line he's taking is actually is on the motion, while this is supposed to be a reply. A reply is a response to what the contributors have said, where you feel you need to clarify. Otherwise, the line he's taken is like he's moving the motion again.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Murugara was not here. These issues were raised by members. And it's on that basis that I'm clarifying that 2 committees in last parliaments reached decisions about this. And up to now, it has not been implemented. We are asking the implementation committee to be more firm, Honorable Speaker, and to ensure that the management, the running of the institution of KIST goes back to the TVET itself. That is what we are saying, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Murugara, next time, just be attentive to some of these things. You are a senior member and I respect you. Madam Speaker, key among the committee's recommendations are the following. One is that the embargo placed on the government from initiating new projects must be followed to the latter, and that the government must ensure that it completes most of these institutions who have stalled projects, complete their projects before starting any new other project. This is to avoid resource wastage and ensure value for public funds. Madam Speaker, the committee remains committed to its role. I'll continue to work diligently to ensure accountability, transparency, and efficiency in utilization of public resources in the education sector. Most importantly, we urge the government to be dealing with disbursements of monies to the relevant institutions in time, capitation money, to ensure that vice chancellors and principals of these schools are not stressed and that students are not disrupted in their process of learning. Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
We shall defer the putting of the question on that motion. Next order.
Order number 16, the Political Parties Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024, second reading.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the Political Parties Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, the bill seeks to amend the Political Parties Act 2011. And the import of this amendment, Honorable Speaker, as I set off, is to replace the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties with the Independent Political Parties Commission. That is actually what it is about. Simple. So I can go into the details, but I would like Kenyans and everyone to know what this political party is about. We have been used to the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, Registrar of Political Parties, but we are transforming the Registrar of Political Parties office now into a commission so that it can have the independence like the Chapter 15 commissions in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a background, the National Assembly and the Senate resolved to establish the National Dialogue Committee, the NATCO, the famous NATCO committee, to facilitate dialogue and consensus building and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, at that particular time, when the NATCO committee sat in the bipartisan talks, the talks were narrowed down by NATCO to the following thematic areas. One of them is electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties or coalition parties and the law on multi-party democracy, entrenching funds into the Constitution, and establishment and entrenchment of state offices. Honorable Speaker, so this bill is born out of that NATCO discussion and the report that was tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with respect to fidelity to political parties or coalition parties and the law on multi-party democracy, NATCO recommended amendments to the Political Parties Act 2012 to establish the Political Parties Regulatory Commission. And this is what this bill is about. Honorable Jared Okello, I can see you're listening attentively. Following the adoption, Honorable Speaker, of the NATCO report by both houses, the speakers and leadership offices has deliberated on the modalities of implementing the recommendations contained in the report and agreed that the Political Parties Amendment Bill, which is this one, 2024, be introduced in the Senate. It was an agreement that some bills be introduced in the National Assembly and others be introduced in the Senate. This particular bill, Honorable Speaker, was introduced in the Senate with amendments on the 5th of December 2024. The bill was referred to the National Assembly and was read our first time on 13th February 2025. Pursuant to the standing orders, the bill was committed to the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs, chaired by the Honorable Legal Counsel Murungaru, the Honorable Member for Tigania, for Tharaka, to facilitate public participation and thereafter a report to the House to inform debate. Honorable Speaker, you know I always think Tigania and Tharaka are the same. So the contents of the bill, Honorable Speaker, I just want to delve into the contents of the bill so that we can easily understand, Honorable Speaker. The Political Parties Amendment Bill 2024 proposes a raft of amendments to the Political Parties Act 2011, which I will wish to highlight, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker. 1. Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by deleting the definition of the word commission. You know, initially in the law, there was a definition of commission. Now we want to replace the commission, in this case, shall mean the Independent Political Parties Regulatory Commission, established under Section 33 of this bill. The clause further deletes the definition of the term registrar. You remember we used to talk about the registrar. So this bill actually deletes the term registrar in that area. Honorable Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill seeks to amend Section 21 of the Principal Act by deleting Section 7. So when we delete Section 7, what do? We substitute it with a new subsection to allow a political party dissatisfied by the decision of the Commission to appeal to the High Court. Remember, initially, you would go to the tribunal and you would appeal at the tribunal and all that. But now you can appeal at the High Court against the decision of the Commission. If the Commission makes a decision that you are not in agreement. Honorable Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill repeals the whole section 14A, which provides for the resignation from a political party. So that whole section on resignation of a political party, which is in Section 14A, is now deleted. I'm sure the Honorable Murungara will speak more on this because he will move and he will second me, and I'm actually preparing him to second me. So get ready to do that. Honorable Speaker, Clause 6 of the bill amends Section 32 of the Principal Act by deleting subsection 1 and substituting it with a new subsection. Further, Honorable Speaker, subsection 2 of the Act is substituted and replaced with further subclauses to address the issue of financial audit reports and the accompanying documents to be filed at the end of every financial year and submission to the Attorney General. This is a deliberate step towards entrenching accountability within our political parties. Honorable Speaker, political parties are funded by taxpayers' money. And if they're funded by taxpayers' money, Honorable Speaker, we demand for accountability. Just like Jack Wamboka demands accountability in universities and colleges, we also demand accountability in political parties because they receive, actually, Honorable Speaker, we fund these political parties. They receive a lot of money. This is taxpayers' money. What do they do? Because a lot of the time we don't see any party activities. So probably the chairman, the secretary general, and the people there hold a few meetings and use the money. Honorable Speaker, we are saying, if we are going to fund political parties, and if political parties must continue to receive money from the exchequer, we demand accountability from them. And this we are entrenching in the law, so that we don't just give them money. People form briefcase parties, they get 1 or 2 members in the National Assembly, 1 in the Senate, and a few in the local assembly there, like the one where Jack comes from, and they have money. Honorable Speaker, they have money. I'm moving, Honorable Speaker. I can't allow point of order. I'm moving. So, Honorable Speaker, we want those parties, even if it's a village party that has only 3 MCAs in that village, and they are given funds, we want them to account for every coin properly used. And therefore, we are introducing in this new bill, Honorable Speaker, subsections that ensure that accountability is prime in this. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 of the bill repeals and replaces the whole section 33 of the Principal Act. This clause provides for the establishment of the Independent Political Parties Regulatory Commission, which seeks to replace the current office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7, Subclause 2 establishes the Commission as a body corporate with perpetual succession, capable of acquiring and disposing of property, suing and being sued, and doing or performing all such acts and things as a body corporate. Honorable Speaker, this is a common clause in all these commissions, so I don't want to belabor that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7, Subclause 3 highlights the functions of the Commission. The functions of the Commission are highlighted, Honorable Speaker, in Clause 3 of 7, and asserts that in the performance of its functions, the Commission be independent, and I think I like that word, be independent and not subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. And I think that's what Kenyans have been demanding, that the political parties, the office of the Registrar of Political Parties was seen as an appendage of the executive, Honorable Speaker. And therefore might not have, because it fell under the office of the Attorney General, and therefore it didn't have much independence. But this one now, just like the Chapter 15 commissions as established in the Constitution, takes that new shape where it is independent and it is not subjected to any person or authority, including myself. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 highlights the membership of the Commission to comprise, and this is what I like about this political party, this new one, Honorable Speaker. It says this: it comprises of 5 members, nominated, 2 members, man and woman. In fact, that's very interesting. 2, it has to be a man, it has to be a woman, nominated by the majority party or coalition of parties in Parliament. 2 members, man and woman, nominated by the minority party or coalition of parties in Parliament. And 1 member nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, being a representative of a non-parliamentary registered political party. Non-parliamentary. So the majority have their share of 2. The minority have their share of 2 because they are in Parliament. But those that are not in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, those that are not in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, also have an opportunity to nominate 1. I don't know whether we'll have the saga that we had under the IBC one, where people say, no, we want this guy, and there was not agreement, and therefore delayed the whole process. But, Honorable Speaker, what I think we also missed, and which probably is debatable, and which Honorable Murugaro will shed light for us, what about independent members? What about independent members that are in Parliament? Do they have an opportunity, or we disregard them because they're independent already and they don't need any affiliation? So that is food for thought, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 also provides for the qualification for appointment as a member of the Commission, which includes 1 must hold a degree from a university recognized in Kenya, has proven knowledge and experience in any of the listed fields, 10 years of post-qualification experience in the relevant areas of expertise, and meets the requirement under Chapter 6 of the Constitution. But Speaker, further, the clause expounded on the grounds or reasons for a person not to qualify for the appointment as a member of the Commission, Honorable Speaker. So those are 10 years post-qualification experience is very important, and a degree, Honorable Speaker. And this time I like this one because it does not tie us to the normal thing of has to be a lawyer, has to be a judge. You know, almost all this commission, there is that thing of has to be a judge, as a lawyer, as if law is the only profession that matters in this country. Honorable Speaker, I think I want to say this is a good piece of legislation, Honorable Murangara. Chapter 7 further highlights the tenure of the office to be a term of 6 years, and I think it takes the shape of independent commission. 6 years and not eligible for reappointment, and they shall serve for over full-time basis, Honorable Speaker. The clause further provides for instances where the seat at the commission can be declared vacant and the procedure for the replacement of the vacant seat. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 is heavy, so I want to continue on Clause 7. It is very, very heavy, Honorable Speaker. The bill provides for grounds for the removal from office to include serious violations of the Constitution or of this Act, gross misconduct, whether in performance of the members or office holders' functions or otherwise. Honorable Speaker, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of office, bankruptcy or incompetence, and others are reasons why someone will be removed from the commission. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 again provides for the procedure of the commission to conduct its business and affairs in accordance with the 6th schedule. The terms and conditions of the service at the commission is that the salaries and allowances will be payable to, and other terms and conditions of the service of the members of the commission shall be determined by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Clause 7 of the bill further provides for the position of the secretary to the commission, the qualifications for appointment, the tenure of the office, and grounds or reasons for the removal of a secretary are also provided in Clause 7, Honorable Speaker. To further move the bill, Honorable Speaker, lastly, Clause 7 of the bill seeks to give the Commission powers to appoint staff as may be necessary for the proper discharge of the functions under this Act, Honorable Speaker, and that when they want to hire, the Commission wants to hire, Honorable Speaker, they must do it in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission in terms of the salaries available to those that. So I want to tell those people out there looking for jobs, there are new jobs being created here, and they can apply, and the salaries will be good salaries. Clause 10 of the bill seeks to amend Section 34 of the Principal Act by deleting the words "or is deemed to have resigned from the political party, the registrar has been notified of the resignation," appearing in paragraph C. Subclause B deletes the and substitutes therefore a new section that a political party is dissatisfied by the decision of the Commission may appeal to the High Court. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, Clause 15 of the bill amends the 6th schedule in the Principal Act and substitutes therefore with a new schedule in respect to the new established commission. This is a new commission, so the Schedule 6 is actually substituted with a new schedule, and that schedule is available in the bill, and members can look at it so that they familiarize themselves with that. The amendment bill is part of the bills highlighted in the National Development, the NADCO report, Honorable Speaker, which plays a pivotal role towards the realization of national development agenda. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I urge honorable members to support this bill as it promotes fidelity to political parties. Fidelity to political parties, Honorable Speaker. Today, I'm a member, like what we're seeing now, Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, that today members are members of a certain political party, but they pay allegiance to other political parties, either new or old, and they have moved out of the parties that they swore to defend. Honorable Speaker, my party, the UDA party, the majority party, has always remained fidelity to the law. A few errant members who want to subscribe to other funny parties are free to do that. But, Honorable Speaker, the law will catch up with them. And therefore, I want to ask members of Parliament to remain within their parties and subscribe to them. And they stop this idea of, going out there to look for new sweethearts while they are married to someone already. They need to stop that. And I want them to hear me. Please stop. If you belong to the UDA party, belong to the UDA party and subscribe to it. If you have a new suitor, resign and go and seek re-election on the new suitor that you are, instead of having one leg here, one leg there. It's a way of destroying political parties and destroying political party democracy in a country. We must guard against the destruction of political party democracy in this country. As a party, we will not poach any other member. But we will enter into coalition, which is agreed in this. And we will look for friends so that they come, we work with them. But we are not telling them to join our party. We're telling them to remain in your party. Let's collaborate. Let's develop Kenya. Let's form, let's respect our parties and stay there, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and ask the Honorable Legal Counsel for a member for Tharaka, the Honorable Murungara, senior Murungara lawyer. Murugara to second this very important bill. Thank you very much.
Honorable Owen today is confused with Tigania and Tharaka, then Murungaro and Murugara. So it is Honorable George Murugara, member for Tharaka.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to second the second reading of the bill, the Political Parties Amendment Bill number 2, which comes from the Senate. It has been ably moved by the Deputy Leader of Majority, and from his moving speech, I think members have been able to learn a lot regarding what this bill is all about. And for those who may not capture what the speech was all about, we have a report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, which we tabled in this House last week, on the consideration of the bill, and especially clause by clause, giving justification of each clause and its compliance with the Constitution as required. The report is elaborate, and I would urge members to obtain copies, and especially to look at public participation under Article 118 of the Constitution, where members of the public, especially stakeholders and interest groups, came before us, made their representations, which representations were considered while this bill is actually being passed. We may not have agreed with some of the proposals that were being made, but it's important to point out that some of them we agreed with those proposals, and they require amendment of certain clauses in the bill, and we have made proposals in our report. It is a schedule of amendments that is annexed to the bill, so that we are able to harmonize the proposals in the bill with what came out from the public when we were doing public participation. Therefore, again, we must emphasize the importance of public participation. This is where everybody who has an interest comes to voice that interest to the betterment of the laws that are being enacted for the benefit of the country. Therefore, we have a schedule, and that schedule is going to appear when we go to the Committee of the Whole House with those proposals and the justification, which we will be moving for this House either to adopt or reject, depending on how the House is going to take the proposals. Now, very quickly, I will go through the proposed bill so that everybody, including Kenyans, know what we are doing here late this afternoon or late towards this evening when we are trying to enact this law. First and foremost, it's important to note that we are undertaking a fundamental step, which step is actually to replace the office of the Registrar of Political Parties with a commission. And this commission is going to be known as the Independent Political Parties Regulatory Commission. It is a statutory commission, not a constitutional commission. That means its independence is derived from a statute, and therefore, if any of its acts contradict the Constitution, then those acts are likely to be declared unconstitutional, because it is not a constitutional commission. It is established under the Political Parties Bill, under the Political Parties Act, which act we are now amending. The first several sections proposed or clauses of the bill are purely to align the office now to the commission, such that where the office of the registrar of political parties appears, we replace that with commission. We have also defined commission so that anybody who does not know which commission we are talking about here is able to know that it is the Independent Political Parties Regulatory Commission, which we are establishing under the new Section 33, which is being introduced in the Act. Very quickly, what is this commission all about? Which is clause 7 of the bill, which seeks to amend Section 33 by repealing the entire old Section 33 and introducing a new Section 33 and the more sections that will follow to establish this commission. It is purely a commission, as I have said, independent, established by a statute, which means when it is independent, it can only be interfered with not by anybody else unless where it has conducted itself in a manner that is unconstitutional. And the most of these constitutional matters are declarations by the court and seldom by this house, not anybody else. Now, it has the first provision is what the powers it has under Section 33. Section 33A are functions. The power it has is usually the power of perpetual succession. That is why it can sue, it can be sued, it will acquire property, it will succeed itself from time to time. Then the functions are just the functions of the office of the registrar of political parties. They are set in the new proposed Section 33A. They run from A to N. And then we have a new Section 33B on membership of the commission, which the mover actually elaborated on, that we will have 5 members, and all of them would be nominated as proposed in the Act. But he did not move that Section 33C gives qualification for appointment of members of commissioners, and this is where he had alluded to the fact that they have to be lawyers in most of these ones. Here, it is not solely law. We have provisions that one must hold a degree from a recognized university, then you must have proven knowledge and experience in the following fields. So, if you qualify as a finance person, a person who is an expert in management, political science, electoral matters,